Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth's a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules.
Earth is like
Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the
Earth is like
Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies.
Earth is like
Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.
Earth is like a Home Depot. Welcome to the show. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's throw it on over to Discord, see if there's any Discord in the Discord. Discord.
Such Discord in the Discord.
Yes, there is Discord.
I mean, Neil came in here and he was just irate.
Was he?
I'm just kidding. No.
Well, at least he won't be boring. What's going on, Neil? Alrighty then.
Oh yeah, riveting.
Tell us more. All right, then don't. All right, Flatsy, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. I noticed that you didn't have a Ballbuster Saturday.
Yeah,
and I couldn't be there anyways.
It's one small reason why there wasn't a Ballbuster Saturday. There won't.
Well,
be
I had a great time at Furnace Fest. It was awesome.
I was going to ask you about the festival. What'd you do?
We were outside. The weather was amazing all weekend. I mean, just outside listening to a bunch of bands all over the place.
Food?
Oh yeah, food was amazing. Dude, Mi Pueblos was one of the places where you could go get like tacos, and they had these corn tortilla tacos, and the steak and cheese was so amazing. It was amazing.
Isn't it National Taco Day today or something? I thought I got a message on that. Hold on.
I wouldn't mind some tacos.
Message earlier this morning. It's National Taco Day. Unless somebody's making that up. We're gonna have to check on that.
Sounds made up.
Yeah, it does sound. And the flyer is real cheesy. What? I don't think that's the case. All right, over here. Put that over here. Is today. It is. Yeah, everything's lining up. You see it?
Yeah, today sounds like a great taco day.
Yeah, you shouldn't have had him the other day at the last Saturday at the festival. Then
I only had a bite of my husband, so
I'm looking forward to now. I'm going to be severely depressed because Buffalo Wild Wings, amazingly, is opening up an express store here. Okay, so I seen it in the paper. I didn't see it in the paper. I don't read the paper. My wife seen it there, and then they're hiring at Buffalo Wings Express. And I said, oh, wait a second. Does the express menu have the street tacos on there? Because if you don't know this secret, ladies and gentlemen, now Buffalo Wild Wings, their wings are okay. Right? I'll eat them. They're okay. But the secret is their street tacos. They're unbelievable. I'm not a big taco guy. I'll deal with them, but the street tacos are out of this world. So I'm on here looking for, right, I'm typing in Buffalo Wild Wings express menu, and it boiled down to this. Some express sites do offer street tacos, but most don't. And then depression set in, because I know, because it's my luck, that this site right here, close to home, is going to be one of the ones that don't have them on there. So I'm usually an optimist, which is a lie. I'm not. The glass is definitely half empty with me.
I never would have guessed.
Been around too long. Been around Murphy just too many years to know how he deals with me.
Murphy. Like Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. It's nah. And see, if you take that attitude, then you'll never be disappointed. It's only up from there, right? You guys follow that? It's like a self-preservation mechanism. I know I'm waxing philosophical. We're off the deep end. Super deep end, dude.
Dear Dodger sent you National Taco Day. This is a family show.
That Dear Dodger name, that is classic, dude. Just classic. Every time I started snickering when she said Dear Dodgers, that did it for me. Thanks, man. All right, let's get off National Taco Day. I was proven wrong there. That cheesy, it wasn't this one. Was it that one? It may have been a different background. That's what threw me. That's why I said, I don't know. It sounds made up. All right, let's get off. Oh,
I would agree with you.
Seeing that. Watch. So you see this National Taco Day? It looked like this, but it had a blue background. Real cheesy like somebody made it up. Nope, they didn't. It's definitely that. I wonder who made it that day. What day is National Taco Day? Is it like every year on this date? What the heck's going on here? It seems contrived.
I'm thinking that there's a deal on tacos everywhere today. So
tacos.
Tacos.
Who calls them tacos?
I do, just for fun.
Oh. Okay.
Anyways, yeah, I would love to do some tacos today. I'm really contemplating that.
So you had steak tacos, right?
Well, Sterling did, and I had a bite of his, but it was such a good bite. He gave me a good bite. Like, it was good.
Yeah. So steak and cheese. What else did he throw? Some lettuce and tomato in there?
No, he doesn't do all that stuff. He's not. He just likes steak and cheese. The only reason why he was okay with the onions is because it was cooked with the meat.
Yeah. Yeah, we can relate to each other. See, I love onions, but they don't like me. That's my problem with it.
I love onions.
I do too. I still love them though. That's a dilemma I face every day. All right, let's see what we're going to get into. I think the plan was to do the Land of Misfit Toys 1.0. That's the original Land of Misfit Toys. That's Earth Awakenings. That's the original plan. So we're going to stick with that, but we're going to... I just got something in my recommendeds, right? So we're going to roll with this first because it caught my attention. Now, I haven't gone through this. This will be like a taco appetizer. Now, let's throw this over here. And I get all my Land of Misfit Toys from New Perspective. Like I said, he clips out certain things in each of the daily 12-hour shows, so it keeps me from having to search through them. So he sent this. I seen this in my recommended. As I said, okay, what's the title of this? And this was from about 19 hours ago. Wow, I didn't see this yesterday. All right, it says Geo breaks down. Now Geo, he's the chief of the Land of Misfit Toys over here. That area is Geo Love. Yeah, he was the original Hanoi Geo. Right? That's the original one. He came from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord many, many years ago, where he decided to go out on his own because he felt that we weren't enabling the Baltards enough, so he went out and made his own server. And all the Land of Misfit Toys, we were wondering, like 3 or 4 years ago, where'd everyone go? Like all the idiot Baltards, the anti-flat earthers, the Xanax, the Ruhifs. There's just a ton of Brenda, those types. We're thinking, where'd all these people go? And then I stumbled on one of the Earth Awakenings videos, and they all of a sudden, not all of them, but a good percentage of them, over 12 hours, would show up right over here, and I'm saying, oh, that's where they went. Even some of the flat earthers, right? We're like, where did they go? They probably got bored and went off on their own lives. Nope. Land of Misfit Toys. So that's why I named it Land of Misfit Toys. But anyway, Geo breaks down how physics wouldn't change without the globe illusion. So that caught my attention because this is quite a muddled composition right here. But it looked good. So let's see what they got here. Let's see what we can do with this. Everyone ready? We're not doing the sound check. The sound's fine. All right, here we go.
I mean, it would definitely have a...
Hey, Roofy's over here. He's out. Do you see him right? Roofy, no, what the hell, whatever that means. He's over here. Yeah, Bendy Space, yeah. These glue sniffers. I don't know if Bendy Space was back in the day. I think he was. Not far, far back in the day, but right on the edge of back in the day.
I mean, it would definitely have a lot of implications, but only some things change, I mean, not everything. Like a lot of the laws of physics that are on the actual Earth.
There's no laws of physics. That's a misnomer. Paradox, in fact. There are only natural laws. No laws of physics. Physics is based solely on experiment, and there are no experiments with natural laws. It's a paradox. So it's a Jedi mind trick. It's like atmosphere. They say it, enough times, you just... Right? Repeat it right after them, but it's a paradox. Yeah, you get it? No laws of physics, folks.
Earth, none of that changes.
No, true.
Physics would the laws of physics would change if the Earth is a flat.
There are no laws of physics. You're another moron. You just followed him, right? You just followed him right into the drained cement pond. A head first face plant.
Fine.
No, it's all the same.
No, it's all the same. That's what Geo said. The leader, right? Flat earther. Well, we don't know that for sure. He's an alleged flat earther.
The outer space one doesn't exist.
He said the outer space one doesn't exist. The outer space law of physics doesn't exist. That's what he's trying to say. Which one's that? You talking about the second law? My word.
This.
Gravity wouldn't exist, at least.
Gravity doesn't exist anyway. So whatever context, scenario, hypothetical that you have, it wouldn't exist because it doesn't exist anyway. Specs, whoever that, I don't know who that is.
At least not in the form we know it today. Maybe in that world.
What form do you know gravity today?
It would be right about his electrostatics nonsense, but
So if the Earth wasn't a globetard, then Witsit would be right about his electrostatics. You're a bit confused, aren't you? Could you define static for me?
Well,
false
you
dichotomy.
could still.
Say again.
Said, what a false dichotomy. It can only be one or the other. Neither is not an option.
Yeah, they have problems with false dichotomies. They think that you need to offer a third choice for you to disassemble a false dichotomy. Excuse me.
Yeah, my third choice is neither.
You don't need a third choice. You could just defeat one or both of the choices. Friggin' idiots. Pazza, see, he's one of the edge of back in the day, too. I remember him right at the edge, the not the leading edge, the back edge of back in the day. Probably at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, I think, Pazza. He might have been out here before that, but he's a real glue sniffer.
You can still draw Newtonian precepts from.
You can draw Newtonian precepts. This is like going back in a time capsule to retard 2016. That's what it's like. That's what this is like. Hey, Goober, Pazza. Newtonian mechanics was busted 110 years ago, dude. I mean, what are you, freeze-dried or doing hard retard time? That's what it's like. It's like going back in a time capsule with this. So what do you got to say about that, Gio? Anything?
Just observations of stuff on the surface.
Just observations of stuffsies. That's what Newtonian mechanics is.
Wouldn't be able to extrapolate it up into a greater realm.
You can extrapolate the stuffsies from Newtonian mechanics, which was debunked 110 years ago, and then officially taken out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned to a bloody lifeless pulp by quantum mechanics circa 1925. That's what he's appealing to. Idiot.
You could still come to the 9.8 and everything like that.
We can still come to the 9.8. What's the 9.8? What's that? You talking about the 9.8 meters per second squared? Is that what you're talking about? Tell you what, go outside, and I want you to measure a cloud fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, Pazza. You get right on that, okay? Goober.
And the mass attracting.
Mass attracting mass? What's mass? You get all kind of crackhead definitions, but the one they usually fall back on is mass is the resistance to acceleration, right? So if you take mass attracts mass, and if you define mass as resistance to acceleration, you get the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. Of course, this was exposed 8 years ago. Well, maybe now 9 years ago by me personally. I don't know, a couple of thousand times. You're still not getting through, though. Because we're in retardville.
I always like that one, too.
Yeah, you always like that one? Even though that's not the definition. Even though that's not the actual definition of mass. It's their definition. So I just used their. I used their portrait to train wreck them. Right, but they're too stupid to realize that that's not the definition. There is no definition.
Mass, that you can still come to. If you
can still come to mass being undefined, attracting mass. You can still come to that with stuffsies from the Earth.
If you elected to, what you couldn't. You
elected? Huh? What the hell does that mean?
Use, like you say, you couldn't. Then
say again.
Are they throwing poles?
I don't know. I don't know what he meant by that.
Evaluate the rest of the universe against that, because you
Gotta wait the rest of the universe. But I'd like to hear somebody define that, monkey. Have you ever heard a definition of the universe, Blatzy?
Yes, I have.
Well, pray tell.
I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but it was like the thing that everything is in, if the thing that everything that exists is in, or something like that.
Thing that everything that exists is. I have to think about that.
by definition, then where.
I specifically, there's one aspect I wouldn't be able to prove how mass attracts mass to create
You wouldn't be able to prove how mass attracts mass to create what?
planets, because the mass attracting mass would imply that a flat Earth would collapse in on itself and create a sphere.
Mass attracting mass implies that the Earth would implode in on itself. What the fuck is that? Let's do that one more time. You crackhead, say that one more time.
Mass attracting mass would imply that a flat Earth would collapse in on itself and create a sphere.
And create a sphere? That's what mass attracting mass implies. Like I said, we're retardville. This is 2016, maybe 2015 nonsense. But that's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, in the Land of Misfit Toys 1.0. We'll get to 2.0 later on down the line. That's the Politics server. Right now, we're going to focus on, and for the next few shows, seems we're going to focus on Land of Misfit Toys 1.0, the original.
That's how gravity works. So no, gravity wouldn't exist at all.
Gravity doesn't exist at all now.
Yeah,
No, that's true. And also, you
have to go.
Why don't you just overtalk each other?
All the epicyclic reductionism that's occurred in astronomy would be
Astronomy is a demonstrated pseudoscience. In any scenario that you hypothetically dream up, it's still a pseudoscience.
completely gone in one fell swoop.
I would have to go.
Yeah, it would be gone in one fell swoop. It should be gone in one fell swoop now, but we have retard Dunning-Kruger delusionists that are keeping it propped up as a science, but we like to bat it around every once in a while. Thanks for bringing it up.
We need something else to explain why things fall down. Gravity, mass attraction.
We need other stuffsies to explain. This is the deal with the explanations. It drives me absolutely bonkers. What they mean, they don't know what they mean by explanations. They don't know what explanations are, number one. Number two, when they say explanations, I hear just so stories. That's what they are. So people want just so stories as explanations? Really? Unbelievable.
Mass would have to go. There's
Mass attracting mass already went.
no other option.
But that already has gone. They already have bendy warpy spacetime. The mass.
Oh, damn, Geo. You come up with something correct. You're right. Exactly. Einstein clubbed it to death. Yep, 110 years ago. All of Newtonian mechanics. And then quantum mechanics came right behind it and clubbed friggin' relativity and Einstein into the incoherent oblivion along with everything else. Maxwell, Newton, all of them went down the tubes quick.
Attracting mass is already
Oh
gone.
my god, dude.
It's the nut. Oh my.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Ass hats. What?
You don't understand.
It's not gone.
We don't understand, huh? Let's see what we don't understand. Where are you? Goodbye, Newton and Einstein. That's the one I wanted. Where are you? Oh, God. Not Newton. Listen up, crayon munchers. From your own Monteriki. Newton's classical mechanics, that's the whole kit and caboodle, by the way, were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Don't you get it? Oh, you don't know what superseded means. Okay, I'll define it for you. Supersede, to replace, from dictionary.com. in power, authority, effectiveness, acceptance, use, etc., as by any other person or thing. To set aside or cause to be set aside as void, useless, irrelevant, or obsolete. You get it? It was superseded. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time and time and time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict, yeah, right, gravitational interactions, replacing, that's the key word, those developed by guess who? Isaac Newton several centuries prior. You get it? Huh? These are your pseudoscience priests. From Phys Libre text, Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Newton's two crowning achievements, both the laws of motion, laws of motion, all of them, and the laws of gravitation. There's only one law of gravitation, by the way, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. You getting it yet? Why don't you have one of your slobber nurses come in, or just bring the whole fleet, and I'll explain it to them, and then they can explain this to you. From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulation of the laws of gravity. Replacing, superseded Einstein 110 years ago. You get it yet? Probably not. From Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy, from ScienceDaily.com. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Yeah. That's all she wrote. Aren't I a peach?
Oh,
It's nested. It's sort of nested. You know?
What Newtonian mechanics is nested? Where is it nested exactly?
Such a peach.
In Doofus Gooberville. I don't think it's nested anywhere, according to all the citations I just provided to you. You just haven't been keeping up on your continuing education credits for about 110 years. Well, they couldn't keep up with them anyway because they don't have education. They couldn't be following the continuing education credits because they never had an education to begin with. Their education came from Wiki and Discovery Channel.
Oh,
that's just the explanation of why.
It's-
Oh,
that's
that's
the
it if you want. They
explanation.
couldn't maintain it, and they had to
it's
come up with a
still
new
true.
kooky theory. So.
It is
They didn't come
still
up with a new
true.
model.
It's still true. It's still true. That's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. 2025. It's still true. What you got to say to that, Gio?
Look,
The-
Newtonian laws
that-
of physics are still.
There is no laws of physics. That's a paradox. Because there's only natural laws. That's it. Natural laws. They merely describe. They're merely descriptions of the whats and ises that happen always. That's an actual natural law. Laws of physics makes no friggin' coherent sense. Like I said, it's a paradox because physics is based on experiment and only experiment. You can't experiment on laws. There's no, it's non sequitur. Goobers.
True.
True.
Yes.
It's true. True.
Yes, Newton never explained why gravity happened. He just
He never explained why gravity happened. What did he do?
explained how it happened. Einstein
He explained. So, wait a second. So, Newton explained how gravity happened. How did he do that? Didn't he have the debunked universal law of gravitation? Laws don't explain hows. They describe whats and ises. So, you're a moron.
explained why it happened.
Newton So Newton explained how it happened, and Einstein explained why it happened. Let's go. It's hard to keep us together. Let's go back.
And why gravity happened.
We got to go back one more. Full J. Shout out to Adam.
Physics are still true.
Still true.
Yes. Newton never explained why gravity happened. He just explained how it happened.
So okay. Explain how it happened. Newton did. Yeah, right.
Einstein explained why it happened.
And Einstein explained why it happened. That's some convoluted doofus horse shit right there. Are they both together or something?
They didn't get rid of a model for why gravity happened.
They didn't get rid of the model. There was never a model to get rid of in the first place. So they couldn't get rid of it.
Einstein proposed a model for why gravity happened.
He proposed a model where? Where did he propose a model? He never proposed a model. You don't know what a model is. You're a goober.
Newton just said how it happened. And
I thought Newton said how it happened. How what happened?
so people before him,
People before who? Newton?
in ancient Greece, observed that there was,
People in ancient Greece before Newton did what?
drop object, go down.
Amazing. They are goobers.
So these people in Greece, they jump something, go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. Huh? That's what they did, eh? Oh my God, man. This is where we're at, 2025, ladies and gentlemen. You see, Geo, he's getting run over by goobers from 2016. He's in a time machine. Doc Brown. This is what enabling leads you to. It's inevitable. You get overrun by goobers like this. That's what's happening here.
And tried to quantify it. What Newton did was successfully quantify mathematically how it works.
How it works. So he successfully quantified how it works. That's a paradox. That's non sequitur. Because Newton proposed a debunked law. Laws never explain how. And you can't, he said, describe how? No, descriptions aren't hows. That's explanations. See, we're at a fundamental level, he's retarded. He's so confused from Wiki and Discovery Channel. Geo, did you catch that? Did you catch that just horde of nonsense?
Einstein explained why it works. Well,
Einstein explained why it works. How do you do that? And what's it?
Newton and Cavendish, because Newton did.
Cavendish? What did Einstein and Cavendish, eh? Can you show us Cavendish's bendy space-time experiment? They're so bass-ackwards. And Geo's probably sitting there saying, well, he's got me.
Didn't know what the gravitational constant was.
They didn't know what the gravitational constant was. That could be a problem. Then Newton's equation didn't have the gravitational constant in it. Why do I ask, when I ask ballers, what is the universal law of gravitation? What's the formula? The gravitational constant is always in there. Why is that? When Cavendish didn't even have it 100 years later. Interesting, huh? I always have a little fun with that.
You just knew there had to be one.
They knew it, that there had to be one.
Yep. Yeah, and it's all.
Yeah. You just said yeah to all that horsebucky, Geo. As a flat earther, I think we can remove the alleged part out. He's not a flat earther, ladies and gentlemen. He's a goober, just like the people he's talking to.
All electrostatics.
Oh,
Yeah.
now it's all electrostatics. Oh my God, man. Okay.
Don't. It's,
No,
it's
it-
fine.
no,
if-
it
if,
isn't.
No,
the
it's
balls-
not. We can measure
No, it's
electromagnetic
not.
waves.
Oh, no, it's not. It's gravity. It's gravity. No, that's static.
It doesn't. They nowhere near can account for the force of gravity. We can measure.
It nowhere can account for the force of gravity. Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years, dude. Like I said, you've been freeze-dried or doing hard time. Hard retard time, that is. Like I said, folks, this is 2016 nonsense.
Electric fields. Like, get away with electrostatics. Such.
You don't know what electrostatics are. Geo definitely doesn't know what electrostatics are. Let's start out with the suffix static. What does static mean?
Fucking pseudoscience.
Yeah, because I could,
He's in the corner of gravity and he calls electrostatics pseudoscience.
have an electrostatic field that's on the opposite charge.
Electrostatic field? The hell is that?
No, the same charge because like charges repel. It should go up. It still goes down. Gravity still.
Gravity still go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. Hey, Specs. Walk outside and look up. You see those white puffy things? Do they go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash? I mean, that's just one, right? I figured out it's the most obvious one. That doesn't help you any? How about the ancient Greeks?
Makes it go down. Gravity is an exclusively attractive force. Electrostatics is attractive and repulsive.
Attractive force. Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years, dude. Let's do that. I haven't done that in a while, have we? Where did I put that? Oh, I know it's in here. Oh, there they are. From Scientific American, Georgie Mooser. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides, I'm right up here, folks, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging, I love using that word, he used it in a sentence too, non-locality from physics. I'm gonna expunge Neil from Discord, and not an invisible force. Did I skip a line? Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force gives rise to gravitational attraction. This is from De Sitter, famously De Sitter's Empty Universe. You might want to look that up. From Harvard University. This was penned in 1916. Listen closely. 1 year after the pseudoscientific fairy tale of a theory came out. 1 year. This is from Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. 1916. In Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a force. Right? They knew this in 1916. But nope. Here in Shangri-La with anti-flat earth goobers, they're still claiming that gravity's a force 110 years later. What do we got here? So that's why we call them anti-flat earthers, because they don't follow even their own pseudoscientists. They just make shit up. So they're
Goobers.
Yeah, well, goobers, yes, but I called them the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. That's who anti-flat earthers are. Yeah. Now they're getting their asses handed to them easily. This is
Superchat.
super goobers.
He said it. So funny. I don't know. Anyways, Retro Bill, he sent great show and a quick shout out to the panel. Thanks.
Well, thank you,
Retro
Retro Bill. You kind of early, aren't you? He can't speak back. It's rhetorical, obviously. So let's go to Caltech. Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, a prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient involving a colossal intellectual jump. I'm getting misty. is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of curvature of space-time. Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Georgie Mooser, again, we'll bypass him. We'll go to the universe today. Let's see what the universe has to say. In general relativity, gravity is not a force. From University of California, Riverside, streaking sprickly.
What? Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. Don't worry, I got you.
Thanks, I appreciate that. From phys.org, Phys.org, to the layman. According to this theory, gravity is not a force. From New Scientist. So although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. From Phys Libre Text, the answer is that gravitation is not a force. From the Physics Hypertext book, gravity isn't a force. Are we getting the picture now? From Cornell University, Joyland Bluefield. So to summarize, general relativity states that matter bends spacetime, and the effect of that bending of spacetime is to create generalized kind of force that acts on objects. Well, it seems to support you guys now. However, it isn't a force. See that part right there? Get it? Probably not. Been telling them that for like 8 years. They still haven't got it. You hear them all screw it up. What about the force of gravity? The force. Things fall down, go boom boom in ancient Greece. Idiots.
And electrostatic effects have not been
You don't know what electrostatics are. Neither does Geo. Neither does Witsit, where he got it from.
demonstrated in any way. I'll grant you that
Demonstrated over and over and over again.
electrostatic
in the chat
is a
right
real
now,
force.
posting how Coulomb's law, the universal law of gravitation, they just took it from Coulomb's law of electricity.
They just took the universal law of gravitation from Coulomb. That's interesting, even though it's non sequitur because the universal law of gravitation is debunked. So the universal law, it depends on what universal law of gravitation. See, even Geo has in his universe, let's make it bigger. Kind of blur, it's even blurry for me, folks, but I see the big G right there. So the universal law of gravitation, and he has big G right here. This isn't the universal law of gravitation. Because like I said before, like we demonstrated before, G is not in there. Big G is not there. Not in 1683 or 1687 it wasn't there. So this is a bunch of baloney right off the get-go. And Coulomb's law. So the universal law of gravitation, when was that? 16, wasn't Coulomb's law? Didn't Coulomb's law come later? I mean, this is all horse shit, but just to stay with the thought. Because Geo made the claim that they stole it from the universal. Well, let's check it out. We have the power. So, that's not 1692. When in the Principia, 1687, right? That's what I said before. Let's go. Let's find Newton again. I know it's in there. I've said it thousands of times, so that's what it is, Principia. Uh-oh. No, we don't want him just yet. Okay, we got that. All right. There. So, it was published in, like I said, it was 1687. So that's when it was published without the big G in it. It was just that they don't even know what it is. The Baltard. So 1687. So when was Coulomb's law? Oh, wrong one. When was Coulomb's law coined, for the lack of a better term? Did I spell that wrong? I didn't. Coulomb's law. Beginning? When was Coulomb's law coined? 1785. Geo. There it is right there. You see it? 1785. So Geo, even within their bullshit all the bullshit that they got wrong, you blurted out that they stole it from Coulomb's law, right? But Coulomb's law, they stole the universal law of gravitation from Coulomb's law. How can that be when Coulomb's law came out in 1785? That's almost 100 years after the universal debunked law of gravitation. Everyone see it? So, all right, listen, this wasn't the modus operandi for today. I got carried away with the Land of Misfit Toys. We don't need, listen, this is a train wreck of an epic disaster, a snowball rolling down the mountain, dumpster fire. We're going to get rid of that and head on to what we were going to try to do. So, like I said, we're still in the Land of Misfit Toys. We're still in the same place. It was just 8 days ago. I think Geo's, I can't remember. So, you see, this is one where I got screwed from New Perspective. He put this out, and I clicked on it, and I said, oh, so it's going to be, a small clip. And I seen Witzett's name, and I said, good, small clip. And I clicked, and New Perspective sent me 11 hours. I said, oh, my God, no. So what I did a few days ago was just clip through it, clip. And I said, okay, let's stop it right here. Just any arbitrary spot and just go from here. And then we'll take a lesson and then we'll evaluate the Land of Misfit Toys again, 1.0. Here we go.
I mean, can you make any other measurements except locally anyway? Big tech? Like any measurements whatsoever on Earth?
You mean like you can make indirect measurements? Is that not? No.
Indirect measurements? Big tech must be the goober globetard. And what's an indirect measure? Adam, you should be in here, man. You were all over this a few months ago. What the hell is an indirect measure? Anyone on the panel know? I'd like to know. Not an example of one. What is it? Let's look at Monkey up.
Indirect measurement?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thanks, Adam. Indirect measurement. Definition. Direct measurement definition. Why would it be in math? That makes no sense. Let's go here. We'll use AI. Indirect measurement is a method of determining the dimensions of an object by measuring other more accessible quantities and applying mathematical principles. That goes against the definition of measurement, such as triangles or proportions to calculate the desired value. What? That doesn't make any sense. This part doesn't make any sense for measurement. Let's check it. Where did I put that? No, it's definitely not there. In one of my bolded ones. Is it here? Vertical relief, water, equatorial amounts, elevation, measure. There we go. We got it. Measurement. Yeah, measurement. It's a compare and contrast between measurement and calculation. So they had calculation in their little definition train wreck. So measurement from dictionary.com: to ascertain the extent, dimensions, quantity, capacity, especially by comparison with a standard. That's quite reasonable. That is a measurement, most definitely. Let's see what Britannica.com has to say. Measurement always involves some interaction between the object and the observer. That's very interesting. That's an interesting take on that, isn't it? Or observing instrument. Yeah, same thing. There is always an exchange of energy. How do you like that? So there's always an exchange of energy between you and what you're measuring. This is some deep stuff right here. although in everyday applications is negligible. Okay. Can become considerable in some, whatever. All right. So we know what measurement is. Calculation, strictly computation. Strictly. There's no measurement in calculations. You can use other measurements. Yes? Everyone following me? But inherently within the measurement, there is no calculation. It says determining something mathematical or logical methods, not measuring. There it is right there. Where'd I get this from? I didn't put the source here. But some things you just don't need sources for, ladies and gentlemen. They're self-evident. So I might track that one down. So indirect measurement, that's a train wreck. That's almost like an achromatic rainbowist.
On local or is that local?
What's an indirect measurement? What do you mean?
That's a qualification
Oh, maybe you'll tell us.
that disqualifies it.
It's a qualification that disqualifies. Exactly. Whoever said that, you're exactly right. And there is some people with some brains in here.
It's not a measurement.
It's not a measurement. Who said that? Let me go back. Let me identify.
That's a qualification.
That's Alicia Savvy. Is that how it's blurred? So, +1 for you.
That disqualifies it. It's not a measurement.
And you get +2 for laughing at him.
Let's see, what's a good example of indirect measurement?
A laser across a lake bed.
Can everyone hear this out in YouTube land? I'm having they're kind of low. Give me a thumbs up, Flatsy, if they can hear it out there. Well, you don't give me a thumbs up. Just let me know if they give a thumbs up. How about that? Flatsy, you still there? Whoa!
Yes, I'm here. I'm typing in the YouTube chat. Chill. I'm just kidding.
I lack patience. You never know.
Yeah, you got a good thumbs up from the chat.
Okay, go. Here we go.
That's still local.
It's like it's where you like observe related values and then deduce.
You observe related values? Where do you observe related values at in nature? And you deduce. Where does that happen?
The actual value of a thing that you can't see.
The thing that you can't see. Oh boy.
So you can measure something like
You mean calculate?
You can measure something that you can't see. Yeah, he means calculate. Beasticles, you're right. Yep.
Assume.
Yeah, calculation's an indirect.
Calculation is not an indirect measure. Let's get that full thing. No, you're a moron.
You can measure something like
You mean calculate? Assume.
Yeah, calculation's an indirect measurement. Exactly.
No, it's not. Not exactly. No, exactly. No, it's not. Zero. They're opposites.
No, the calculation is a calculation.
+1
for Beasticles. I'm shocked I'm giving +1s for these guys.
Like I can measure, like I can, well, it's also, you can call
Stop stuttering and just use your words.
it an indirect measurement.
It's not an indirect measure. Calculation, you just made the same claim again.
You can measure, you can figure out, you can measure.
You can measure a calculation?
Yeah,
What?
you can take the measure of a tree by the length of its shadow, for example.
No, that's
Right, but you still would need to
why
measure
would you
the
do
length.
that?
What? So somebody screamed out, why would you do that? That tickled me. A lot of +1s here. Who said that? Is that Alicia again?
No, that's
Right, but you still would need to
why
measure
would you
the
do
length.
that?
Yeah, that's +2, +3. Did he laugh? It'll be a +4.
Yeah, you're still measuring it
I
locally.
don't want to leave my house. I want to gain all the information without leaving.
Well, local is relative. I mean, like I can look from miles away with binoculars at the.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is not me doing that. That is new perspective. He sometimes speeds things up, so that's not me. Don't blame me. All right?
Length of the shadow angularly, I can deduce the length of the shadow and then from that measure the tree. I know how tall it is. That's it, all indirect, non-local measurement. I don't know what you mean by local anymore.
Yeah, but the only way you confirm that that's even correct is if you actually go and measure the tree. Otherwise, all you've got is the assumption that you've done all the calculations correctly.
Right. And
Well, how about this?
That's see how so
Yeah, so I can go
unfounded-
confirm
unfounded
that
that
I
is. You're
did
going-
measure. So I did measure it, and then I confirmed the measurement.
right now. How do you do that with the stars, dude? Come on. How is this not?
They shifted the context to the stars. I guess he was talking about the stars beforehand.
This logic and this reasoning not hitting you in the head.
Yeah, so we're doing measurements, awaiting confirmation.
Wait, what? How do you do measurements, then await confirmation? What? Huh? That makes no damn sense.
We're still measuring.
I mean,
Still measuring, calculating.
No, you're assuming that you can be confirmed, and it's going to confirm in the affirmative.
So I measure a 2x4, and then I await confirmation.
It's silly.
Yeah, that's fine.
I go get a glass of tea, and I await the confirmation.
Back to the ethically simple question about
fallacy. You can't measure
Say again? Oh, that's Taylor. She's a dumbass.
the whole shadow of the earth either.
I mentioned before that I got to go, and I actually do. I have 2
He's got to go now. He's got to go get some indirect measures and await for confirmation.
more minutes. But before I go, I bet it's time for you to tell me. I heard somebody ask you a good question earlier. Are there any globe proofs that aren't affirming the consequent?
Oh, how do you like that? A gem. Seems like somebody said that way back there in 2016. I wonder who made that claim. It went something like this. Every single globe-tard proof or argument is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. I made that claim quite a number of times, and then it was popularized when I jumped on Cathexis' show. For about 8 months, I kept on asking that question. Huh. Well, thank you. Thanks for a shout-out, even though I wasn't recognized.
Right, or arguments. Are there any flat earth arguments that are not affirming the consequence?
Affirming the consequence?
Consequent.
What a good
Oh, he corrected himself. Yeah, the Black Swan. Tsumoto's Tolerance. Yeah, there's one. There's about 18 others that are not affirming the consequent.
answer. A question.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, what's it? Hey, what's up, man?
I'm going to write them down. If you got even one.
Okay, give this guy one of your flat earth proofs from the Land of Misfit Toys that's not an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
All right, I'm just going to tap Beast in because I'm doing something.
Oh, you're going to tap out and tap somebody else in? Shocking surprise. Claim makes a positive claim, says yes, there are arguments for a flat earth that are not affirming the consequent. Then is challenged, show one, I got to tap out. A real crusader.
Back to measurements.
All right, what's the argument that does not affirm the consequent for the flat earth?
Black Swan.
The only measure of level is it being horizontal.
That's not an argument, Jeremy, you dumbass cracker. That Jeremy, he's another one. He used to be quite squared away back in the day, but all of a sudden got retarded, and then he ended up in the Land of Misfit Toys because he likes enabling idiot baltards. That's a train wreck, what you just said. That's not an argument. Level is horizontal. That's an axiom. A tautology.
The only measure of level is it being horizontal.
Yeah, that's not an argument. You're a glue sniffer.
Thank Beast, I just alley-ooped you, bro. I just, what is the...
Alley-ooped
What
him.
does Alan call it? Pre-dunked. I just pre-dunked you, bro.
Pre-dunk. What?
I don't even see him. Is he here?
He was here 30 seconds ago, I thought. Anyway,
I'm going to write out the argument. What's the argument?
I mean,
Yeah, if Earth is a globe, right, distant mountain peaks should block stars at angles predicted by globe math. And
Shane St. Pierre, another goober, another Witsit crony that doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. Let's turn it back. So, what is not an affirming the consequent formological fallacy?
Earth is a globe, right? Distant mountain peaks should block stars at angles predicted by globe math. And if Earth was flat,
angles predicted by globe math? What? Huh?
peaks should block stars at angles predicted by plane trig.
By plane trig. Is there another kind? You're a goober.
There you go.
There you go. I don't know. You didn't. I heard the if P then Q, but then you stopped there. You didn't follow through with the argument. So it's not an argument.
Wait. So the argument is if.
I like that.
I think that was.
I bet you do like that, Jeremy. You doofus.
I think that did affirm the consequence. So which one?
It didn't affirm the consequent. He only did the if P then Q.
Does not affirm the consequence.
It literally proposes a mutually exclusive measurement with
mutually exclusive measurement with what?
Exclusive predictive math based on.
There's no math. Predictive math? Huh? You're not only getting your P's and Q's screwed up, there are no mathematical predictions. Predictions are hypotheses. You're in a category error. You're conflating two different things.
Observation that you can conclude.
Also, I feel like what you're saying is easy to do, so that's another one. That's another good point.
What?
Hey, Big Tech, are you familiar with the celestial theodolite? Have you heard that?
Oh, the Cell Theo. Where's Brian? Is Brian in here? Where's Brian at? He's missing the Cell Theo.
Phrase or term at all?
Sounds like I'm talking to myself out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of are. Don't you realize the show goes by much faster if, it's just me?
Ah, is it just you?
No, there's Neil, there's Refracted, and we got Says Who.
Really?
Rayleigh Criterion.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Captain Edgewise.
A little bit on that, but
I you know what? I could have I would have known that if I'd have looked over here, over to the YouTube stream. I can see little avatars. It's real tiny, so I couldn't be able to tell. I think I could see Says Who because his is the only one that's just red and white. It's like putting a frog in a blender and throwing cream in there, so I could tell his. All right, here we go. Where are you at here? Oh, affirming the consequent.
I just want to make sure, like I said, I now have like 90 seconds left. What's the argument?
You got 90 seconds left? What?
I want to write it down. Is there a sentence I can write down so I can think about it later?
Yep.
The argument.
I'll put it in chat. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in chat. Thank you. Why is this not in high def? It's a 1080p. Why is it blurry? Oh man, am I gonna have?
You
to
lost the need.
What?
Said you lost the need.
I lost the need.
The need for speed.
I did lose the need for speed. I lost the need for clarity here. Let me see if I can make this from Shane Saint Idiot. So this is the one that he gave, I think, Big Tech, that I only had 90 seconds left. So this is, I think I can read this. If the Earth is a glob, distant mountain peaks should block stars at angles predicted by globe Earth math, which includes curvature and refraction, ladies and gentlemen. What is globe Earth math? What is that?
I don't know, dude.
If the Earth, and then he says, if the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat geometry. Boy, with no curvature corrections needed. Here's the predictive math. He's an ass clown. So, the question is this an affirmative consequent? Well, technically it's not, because he only gave the if P then Q. He only gave the major premise and then stopped. Now, if you followed it through, he'd have to follow it through because I'm not going to add any words to this. I don't think he even knows what an affirming consequent form of logical fallacy is. Pierre, idiot. So I'm not going to do that. The gentleman asked for an argument. I don't think there's an argument here. There's not a conclude. Arguments usually have conclusions.
Just said it.
Just me.
I mean, Shane just said it.
Screenshot it.
Screenshot it. Where are you putting it in the
I
side
give you an
chat?
affirming consequent.
Live screen text 1.
Okay.
It's right here, dude.
level is
Affirming
always
the
horizontal.
consequent would.
Don't type
What's that?
while he's trying to take a picture.
I said level is always horizontal. I was just
That's not an argument, Taylor. It's an axiom. It's essentially a tautology. Saying the same thing using different words. She's a glue sniffer, ladies and gentlemen. She's a graduate student somewhere. She's as dumb as my friggin' cat's litter box. My cat's litter box.
Getting your thing.
Oh, that was one. That was a flat Earth argument without affirming the consequent.
That wasn't an argument, Jeremy. You just sacrificed your retard acumen again. Right on the dumbass altar. It's not an argument. At best, it's axiomatic.
Level.
Now
The
what's
only
it?
measurement of
The
level.
definition of
The only measurement of level is.
boundaries.
What's up?
Definitions are meaningless.
Did he say that? Let's go back. I didn't hear that. Let's go back. Was he a Ruhef disciple?
Well,
Now
the
what's it?
Measurement of
The
level.
definition of
The only measurement
definition
of level is.
boundaries.
I only heard the definition of definitions. That's all I can make out there. He didn't say that definitions are meaningless.
That's all I could.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, that's all I could make up.
Definitions.
Yeah, I couldn't make anything else out of that. It was too. It's garbage.
The definition of level.
Did he say the definition of level?
Yes.
You sure about that? Let's go back. Let's see what he. Everyone, be quiet.
Level is.
Boundaries.
This is important stuff.
What's up?
Definitions are meaningless.
I missed it. Let's pull Jay.
Level.
Well,
The
Now
only
what's it?
measurement of
The
level.
definition of
The only measurement of level is.
boundaries.
No, he said definition of definition, John. Somebody else said level. I think Jeremy come out and said level over top of him. Doesn't matter anyway. I can't make out what he said. So he definitely didn't say definitions are meaningless. So that's not a coherent charge.
What's up?
Definitions are meaningless.
It ain't about
Yeah, he didn't say that.
a definition. It's not a definition.
It's not about a definition. So level is horizontal, which is flat. That is a definition. That's the definition of level. So that is a definition. It's related to law of identity.
Definitional thing. No, it's a real life thing.
It's a definitional thing too.
Yeah, the thing
About
is,
the application, right, Jeremy?
May dammy.
Rob, it doesn't have anything to do with the water level. Settle down.
So I'm reading the argument. If the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted
Just
by
let me know when
flat
I talk
geometry.
about the water level.
Would you let him read it out for God's sake?
Yep, like plain trig, right? Just
Yeah.
like
If-
arctan rise of a run.
Is there another kind? Shane Saint Idiot. Define trigonometry. This is rhetorical. You're not going to be able to do it now. Define trigonometry. If the light bulb doesn't go on in your head, you're a glue sniffer. Okay? After you define it correctly.
If the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat Earth geometry with no curvature corrections needed. That does affirm the concept. So since
No, that does not affirm the consequent just yet. Not yet. There's only the major premise. That's all it's here. You need a major premise and a minor premise and a conclusion. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That's what you need. Okay? That's not here.
they don't, you're saying it must be flat.
Well, this doesn't actually include the observation. This is
If the Earth is flat,
hypothesis.
peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat Earth's geometry. They do block it, therefore Earth's flat.
You could just
Yeah, but they never completed it.
you
If
could
you
just
think
word
you-
it different.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying they never completed their quote unquote pseudoscience non-experiment. I'm saying they never completed the statement. Is what I'm trying to say.
And
What's
say
flat
that
Earth
peaks
geometry?
bucks the angles of stars.
That's I already said that. Was that says who?
Correct.
Yeah, I already asked that rhetorical question.
Okay.
I asked it with globe Earth geometry also. And of course, they're going to add refraction in here. Why? Because they're the Land of Misfit Toys 1.0. They are the original enablers.
Stars that matches with flat Earth.
Yeah, I think we're misunderstanding
Hey, one at a please.
It matches, therefore Earth's flat. That's affirming the consequence.
No, he didn't conclude it. They didn't conclude it up here. Sorry, folks, it already left, and I'm not going back.
No,
It doesn't say
And what
it
about
matches,
Jeremiah?
it's not
therefore Earth's
affirming the
flat.
consequence.
What
Before
you're
you
talking about
time
is bonus
this out.
tolerance.
OMG.
Hold up, you guys. Let's let Gally
Well, thank you for that.
in there because you were trying to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if it says if the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat geometry with no curvature corrections needed, there is no not P or not Q.
Correct. Right. They didn't finish the argument.
So how are you saying that that's affirming the consequent?
Yeah, he's wrong. It's just not completed. It's not an argument.
If the Earth is flat, peaks should block. They do block, therefore Earth's flat.
You're finishing their argument for them. What he posted up here was not an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. It only had the major premise. I'm not going to say it again.
If the Earth is flat, P, peaks should do a thing, Q.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's the conclusion that's affirming the
Therefore P.
Thingies and stepsies.
Been trying to tell them, but they're well. Let's just leave it go.
That's not an
You
affirming the
therefore think?
consequent. That's just a normal proof. That's
Not a proof either. Proof of what?
just
No,
a
no,
normal.
He's mistaking affirmation for confirmation.
What?
It's not Q, therefore P. Shane didn't say peaks do this thing, therefore P.
Right. It's incomplete.
No, he is saying that. So it.
No, he's not saying that. It wasn't written like that. You only have the major premise.
If Earth is flat, P, then Q, we should see this with the peaks blocking the stars.
If P, therefore.
Oh God, let me go back. I sacrificed it right there.
Peaks.
Before you do, we're talking about elevation angles to the stars.
Oh yeah, this whole thing is, John, the whole thing's a train wreck. Yes, you're correct. But we're only trying to figure out if it's affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. The whole thing's a train wreck, but yes, this is a sub point.
We should see this with
It's so
the
important.
It is really important.
peaks blocking the stars.
If P, therefore, then Q, right?
It only presents the
Therefore-
options. It doesn't present the conclusion.
The
It's only
structure is
options.
there's
if
no
P, then Q.
conclusion
Q is
here.
true, therefore P. So
If
we're seeing
P-
Q is true, but that doesn't, Q doesn't
if
prove
P
P.
then Q, Q
You guys make anything out of that?
therefore P is an argument, not a fallacy, bro.
Oh my god.
Let's see what this guy said. Hold on.
P then Q, Q therefore P is an argument, not a
No, that's a fallacy. Listen to the who said that? He just he said if P then Q, therefore P is an argument, not a fallacy. No, that's the formal logical fallacy affirming the consequent. That's the exact form. Listen to him.
That doesn't, Q doesn't
if
prove
P
P.
then Q, Q therefore P.
He just said it. That's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Who said that? It's hard to tell because all these idiots are backfeeding, so they're populating as in talking. Right? So I don't know who said that.
Is an argument, not a fallacy, bro.
No, that's a logical fallacy. Bro, idiot.
I don't like if you think that's a fallacy,
I don't think that it's a fallacy. It is a fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent formological fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. You idiot.
There's something wrong here.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you. It's this guy. Lion for Zion. It's this guy. He's a moron. Did anyone catch that? Go ahead, Fletchy.
Said got him.
See, that's why we're here, John. We're not evaluating elevation angles. We're trying to catch them in their doublespeak idiocy.
And the argument.
So now he decides to show up.
It was hard to do it, but I turned up. If mountains have an angular size, then
Brian, that's too heavy for everyone. They can't deal with that.
I can't. I am shocked by this.
Okay, let me break it down what Brian's trying to tell everyone out there. If angular size exists on the Earth, then the Earth is not a globetard.
Exactly.
That's it.
Someone needs to correct these. Sorry.
No, I said that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
We can walk. You don't need the black swan. You don't need all that. If shit shrinks with distance terrestrially, then the Earth can't be a globe. It doesn't get any easier than that, ladies and gentlemen.
The problem we have with that is we have a lot of flat earthers trying to give perspective to a globe.
Yeah.
That's the problem we have.
Oh, but
they're the problem.
They're enablers. They're dumbasses. It's see, the hay's been in the barn essentially. Now, technically, it ended in 2020, but essentially from 2016, I would say right about the middle of 2016, when I dropped my ass in here, it's all over. It's over. We already had all the flat earth proofs. Many of the flat earth proofs that are on the website were within the first 2 weeks of when I got out of here. It's all over. And Brian's proof right there is one of the easiest ones. It's all over.
It just takes acceptance. That's all it takes. Acceptance. Learning, a little bit of learning and acceptance.
It doesn't take acceptance. It takes it's ground squirrel level reasoning.
Yeah,
that's all.
There's nothing to it. Yep. You know? Another thing, if you don't mind me saying,
good.
They keep on giving the ballers is this spherical trigonometry.
I know.
There's no such thing.
I know.
If you want to actually name what they're trying to claim as trigonometry, it's spherical circleometry. There's no triangle. It's the intersection of three. It's the intersecting of three circles. That's what it is. There's no trigonometry.
What'd you call it?
Spherical circleometry.
That's classic, man. That's a good one. Write that one down. That's a good one. Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I was in bad humor and I was listening to the show and I had to join because I actually started laughing. The show made me laugh when I listened to some of the rubbish. And some of it was frustrating. I was thinking that's why I can't go to them places. I can't go there. I can't go into them places because it's an uphill struggle against everyone, even the people that are claiming to be on your side.
Yeah. Well, that's why I bring it to you. You can thank me later.
I'm not going to do that. Hey, Flatty.
Goodness, this friggin' getting hot in here, dude. It's supposed to be a cold front. It says it's 67. That's some bullshit. Uh-oh. Let me turn the fan up higher. Hold on a second. All right, now we got off the beaten path. Of course, Brian comes in and gets us off a beaten path and proves a flat Earth in less than 5 seconds. Now I can't pay attention. I've lost my place. Where were we at here without me rewinding this?
Affirming the consequent.
Oh, that's right, affirming the consequent. Yeah, this dude just said, Lion for Zion. He just said if P then Q. If P then Q, Q therefore P is an argument, not a fallacy. That is the textbook definition of affirming the consequent formological fallacy, ladies and gentlemen. He's an idiot.
Is presented, and then Earth confirms one of the options, and the option is that it confirms that it's flat. It's got nothing to do with affirmation.
The structure of the fallacy is if P then Q, Q is true, therefore P.
Yeah, that's what it is. That just smoked lion for Zion.
Right. You see if P, right? You see if P, and then you also see Q, right?
Right.
Yep, that's the major premise.
Where do you see Q, therefore P?
Q is the minor premise, and then you have a conclusion. That's the syllogism. So it's not there. Now, you can assume it to be there, but it's not. He didn't write it there. It's a little squirrely, but technically it's not there for that guy. What was his name? Big Tech? Where'd he go?
In that sentence.
Did he leave?
Well, if you're not
he's there. There he is.
Saying that, then this is not an argument.
Exactly. Big Tech. You got? Did you everyone hear that?
Well, if you're not saying that, then this is not an argument.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. Exactly. The baller just handed you your asses.
Good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's also
So
not
I'm asking, where's the argument? Where's the flat Earth argument that's not affirming the consequence? So this is not
Black Swan argument. The modus tollens. It's the exact opposite. Well, it's not the opposite of it, but it's definitely not affirming the consequent formological fallacy. That's for sure.
Not an argument. This is just
Isn't it that everything is leveled? Isn't the argument that everything's measured flat and that buildings and cities are built flat?
Big Tech.
That's not an argument. That's just an absolute fact. I don't think they know what arguments are. Maybe Witsit will come in and save the day.
Big Tech, let me explain the difference to you here. You don't seem to get it. Okay, so like the fallacious form is if P.
The difference between what? He's not asking for the difference between them. What's it? You're not taking your Adderall, are you? He never asked that. He said, give me an argument, a flat Earth argument that is not an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. That's what he asked. Not what you're saying, you idiot.
P then Q. Q is true, therefore P is true.
Well, you just sacrificed lion.
Okay.
Right.
Modus ponens, okay, is if P then Q. P is true, therefore Q is true.
Yeah, you're just saying modus ponens. You're just saying the same thing over again, right? But the form is with modus ponens, if P then Q, P therefore Q. See, you're just saying it over again in modus ponens. Now, what you have to validate the major premise, the if P then Q, obviously, if you're just repeating it again, right? But if those premises, if the major premise is true, then the conclusion must therefore be true in the modus ponens. Does everyone follow that? But that must be validated. It can't be hypothetical, right? Follow? Good. That's rhetorical.
So, question.
Oh, go ahead.
Is it possible to create a modus ponens with gas pressure, or do we have to validate that the Earth is actually contained?
No, you don't have to do that. So what's the modus ponens for gas pressure?
Well, if I had to do it really quick, if gas pressure requires containment, then the Earth is contained.
That's weak. That's
weak.
That's a little clumsy. Think about it, write it down, and then on the next show, bring it back up again.
If gas pressure, then container. Gas pressure, therefore container.
Containment.
So, that would be a modus ponens.
Yeah. Okay. Let's use that one. Let's use that. That's a good one. That's okay. Is that one good? So, what's your question from there? Do we have? It's axiomatic because gas pressure is defined as the force that exerts on the walls of its container. So it's already confirmed. It's axiomatic almost. Follow? Says who? We good?
We're good.
Okay.
Just before you go there.
You're lucky. I hit play twice and it didn't start.
Well, I'm not lucky. Like, if that's what you call lucky, then you're aiming low.
You're telling me.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who talk about flat earth arguments, right? There's no arguments. The earth just is what it is. There's globe earth attempted arguments that fail when matched to reality, right? Because reality shows the earth can be described as flat. That's it. There's no flat earth arguments. What is the earth? Let's measure it. End of story. Now we know.
Yeah, but the Black
there's no
Swan.
need for-
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Black Swan is a definite argument.
Yeah, but it's not a flat earth argument.
Oh yes. Yes, it is.
It's sorry.
Conditionally, right? If hold on. Not by proxy. Conditionally, if it's true, if there are only two possibilities, then the Black Swan argument is probably the best flat Earth argument. Do you follow that?
Well, what I say about the Black Swan is that there's an argument that be made by people that the horizon, right, which is the rate of slope zero, is a curve, right? and it's a geometric leading edge of a sphere. The Black Swan debunks that claim.
Yeah. I don't want to get it. I understand what you're saying. That it's really easy. You really don't have to go there. You just say, does shit shrink in the distance for your dumb baller ass? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Pretty much.
Now, that is also contingent upon there is only two choices. Have you vetted that? Have you? Yeah, you're going to have to vet that because that's a globe killer.
What do you mean vet it? When you say vet it?
Vet it. Go ahead and evaluate it and scrutinize it and go through every which way. That is a globe Earth killer. That's not a flat Earth argument.
Now, yeah, it's kind of like the Black Swan.
Now, if there are only two choices, the Earth is either horizontal plane or a sphere, it's a killer flat Earth argument. You guys following me with that? If you don't, just get with me after the show. I'll let you know. So we can move on, so we don't get bogged down here.
Right.
Yeah, I understand.
That's the
You better.
logically coherent one. So
He didn't ask you which one was the logically coherent one. You just came in on a new topic. Sort of semi-connected. It's a red herring fallacy.
these are different things. You have the fallacious form, affirming the
Yeah. He didn't ask you that.
consequent. If P, then Q. Q is true, therefore P is true.
There goes lying for Zion. You just sacrificed him. He said that's not a that's an argument, not a logical fallacy.
Then you have the logical form, which is if P, then Q. P is true, therefore Q is true.
That's amazing. Thanks for that. But that didn't have anything to do with Big Tech said.
Okay.
Horizon.
So if the Earth is flat, you're saying the flatness of the Earth is what's causing that visual phenomenon that you're witnessing. But you're still starting with a statement that the Earth's flat. But I'm looking for proof. Like, where's the argument that the Earth's flat? This is, if you're presenting this to me as an argument, then you're doing if P then Q, Q equals Q.
No, they're not. They didn't write it in there. Technically, we've already been over this. This is getting old.
Proves P. So you're using Q.
P would
as
be
proof of
water.
P.
P would be.
P would be water. Huh? Who came in and said that dumb shit?
Be water at rest.
What?
That would
Water. Somebody else said what? Who was it? Taylor? Did you catch on to that, huh, Taylor? Yeah, he just came right out of the blue with nonsense.
be a P. Like level.
How's life up in Boston? Got any cars up there?
No.
All right. So
Okay, I actually.
Hey, is somebody going to defend New England?
Let Flatsy what?
Let Flatsy do it.
No.
Shout out to all my New England brothers. I had a lot of friends from up that part of the country. They know I'm just doing it in jest. good people up there.
We do not have. Listen,
Salt of the earth, you might say.
sounds like more than one person in the room doesn't know the difference, actually. And I.
Who cares who doesn't know the difference? That's not the topic. What's it? Oh my God. I don't know, folks. Shout out to Adderall.
I do not have time to explain it right now. You're gonna have to give me like
Thank the Lord.
5 minutes to come back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, you be right back. Thanks a lot. Just stay away.
I'm trying to hang this up.
You're going to hang yourself up. Now, is anyone going to answer the King's question or no? Because he's supposed to be out. He said 90 seconds. It's been longer than 90 seconds. He's going to leave your dumbasses.
All right, well, I
I mean, I have an argument.
He said he got to go.
I have an argument.
You can make it quick.
Oh, God, Jeremy's going to come on, bumble, fumble, and stumble with his argument that he screwed up about 6 times already. Which one is a good argument?
I'm going to write it down.
Mine wasn't either. And we want to hear big text before you leave.
Well, you can just go. I'd send it.
Yeah, just sayonara.
All right, well, mine would be the same form. If
Did somebody say, hold on a second?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, go ahead.
I listened back to this earlier on. What they're trying to say, and none of them are able to say it, is if P, then Q, sell Theo, P, therefore Q. That's what, I mean, how long are they at this?
I don't know.
And none of them could just say it. That's their claim, isn't it?
I don't. Yeah, they didn't formulate the argument, Brian. If you've been following in a logical form, that's been the whole problem. We got a bunch of glue sniffers in here that don't know their ass from a pipe wrench, and everything is combobulated and confused up to this point. I hope we can move past it. Like I said, I stopped it here and I thumbed through it. They're gonna get past it. I just don't know when.
Earth was a globe.
Yeah.
The sun would disappear into the ocean at night. Sun disappears into the ocean at night. Therefore, it's a globe. Same exact.
Yeah, that's an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. It's pretty stupid there, Big Tech. And I thought you left.
Exact forms you're using.
No, it's not the exact form that they're using. They only gave you the major premise. They didn't give you the minor premise and conclusion, dude. My God, you even identified that and called it not an argument. So you're a glue sniffer too.
The difference is, right? The difference is that the one that's confirmed is not globe.
Now we're on a different topic.
I just used the exact same form that I was presented.
It wasn't the exact same form, you glue sniffer. You're the one that exposed that it wasn't.
The one. Is there an argument? But the real question should be: is there an argument confirmed? Right?
Oh, brother.
Not an argument postulated.
Yes, yeah. So the logically proper way to say it is.
Oh my God, he's gonna come in and do it again.
To falsify Q. So like, if P, then Q. Q is false, therefore P is not true.
I don't know what to say to this. At best, at the very best, he's repeating a red herring fallacy.
That's the proper way. It's a falsification as opposed to just confirming the consequent.
What?
There's a difference.
Yeah, wait.
I'm going to keep getting distracted, so I'm just going to I'll be right back.
He comes in with his red herring fallacy 2 times and then says, I got to go.
Right, exactly. So this is...
What's it?
Go ahead.
Sorry, but that has nothing to do with the what was put out there, which was this celestial god-like thing.
It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with the conversation, Brian.
I don't know what's what's the purpose of him coming and saying that?
I don't know. Like I said, it's a red herring fallacy. It's stupid. It's connected to the argument frivolously by them going over and affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy, but it doesn't have anything to do with him explaining the difference between a modus ponens and affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. It wasn't part of the discussion. Big Tech didn't say, well, what's the difference? Where is there a difference? Is there an opposite of this? So he just came in, I guess he thinks he's a crusader or something. Because it's incoherent, has nothing to do with the topic.
It's like something flashy with you.
Yeah.
I'm the only crusader here. I am William Wallace.
It sounds like something Flatsy would do at a festival.
Yeah, no.
Got it right.
So this is a falsification of globe, but it's not an argument that proves flat.
A falsification of globe. Oh, here he comes again. I thought he left. A falsification of globe. If you only have two possibilities and you falsify one possibility, let's say those two possibilities are the Earth is either a sphere or a horizontal plane. Back to that topic. If those are the only two possibilities and you rule one completely out, therefore, ipso facto, the other option must be true. It's called a disjunctive syllogism. So, this is what me and Brian and I were talking about before.
Falsification of globe, but it's not an argument that proves flat.
If it's not a disjunctive syllogism, you're correct. But if it is a disjunctive syllogism, then you're incorrect. We don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if the measurements perfectly match flat Earth and directly falsify the globe, if the surface of the Earth's not curving, what is it?
Flat. That's a disjunctive syllogism. Does everyone get that? Where do I got that at? Let's see if I can pull that up. I know I got that on my website. I know where it is. Proofs of creator. Because I use it with the ontological primitives. Here it is right here. Disjunctive syllogism. A logical argument of the form that if there are only two possibilities and one of them is ruled out, then the other one must be true. And what I use is intelligent design versus nature. Yep. That's a disjunctive syllogism. Everyone got that? Makes perfect sense. We don't want to go there. Yep. Good. Let's move on.
The state of being
it doesn't
curve is called flat.
And it fits
all you've quite literally defined. Like if you're not curved, you're therefore flat.
That's correct. Disjunctive syllogism.
Well, what you're saying is that so you have observations that don't align with what you would expect on globe theory. Therefore,
there is no globe theory. Did you think I wasn't going to with that?
No, it's that he said you have observations. That's a straw man. That's not what was presented. It's the measurements that were referenced. Even celestial theodolite, that's a measurement. So it's not an observation. Like, look at that. That means this or that.
Yep.
Right? It's a measurement. In fairness to the celestial theodolite, it is a measurement. So,
yeah, but they're not using that, Brian. They're not. That's not what they're doing. They're evaluating if it's not curving. We're moving on. We're well past the celestial theodolite now. They're going over the statement. If the Earth is not curved, what is it? That's where we're at now.
Yeah.
Okay. So big. I don't know what big text he's out there. Let's hear what he has to say.
That don't align with what you would expect on globe theory.
Like I stopped it there because there is no globe theory. You just sacrificed your science acumen, your third grade science acumen, on the altar of retard. You'll never recover just by saying that phrase. There is no flat Earth theory either. It's a category error.
Therefore, you have a flat Earth.
What?
Well, what the globe theory would literally require.
So globe theory. Is there a globe theory? What's it? Did he just Jedi mind trick you with saying globe theory? So you got globe theory. There is no globe theory. It's you would fail intro to third grade general science. You're right on the same altar with, I think it was Big Tech. I thought he left.
Yeah.
Right. So what
did you understand that the curvature
flat?
I want to say something. Do you understand that curvature, like by definition, the absence of curvature is flatness?
Correct. Lion for Zion. You're at 0. In fact, you're at -1 because you made that train wreck statement that affirming the consequent formological fallacy was an argument, not a fallacy. So you're at 0 right now. I think you made it twice. So you're at -1. I added 1 for you because that was a true statement you just said.
Like, so
Yeah, but
if you don't have curvature, what do you have?
What you
horizontal plane.
You've done is, to your satisfaction, debunked a particular theory.
Oh, not a theory. Isn't science
about the globe and its math, but you haven't
the globe and its math. No, they're not talking about math, you dumbass. And the globe has no math.
Yeah, no. What you just proved is that the surface is curving. If you're measuring curvature and you have 0 curvature,
just one at a time, please.
What do you have?
You're
have
something
something
not
that's
measuring
flat.
curvature. What you're doing is witnessing stars and making a indirect measurement, like we're talking about.
Now we're on stars and indirect measurements.
No.
Okay, man. Okay, well, you're the one who said indirect measurements count.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but he didn't define it correctly.
Given your paradigm of indirect measurements counting, if we are measuring the absence of curvature, what are we measuring?
Horizontal plane. It's a disjunctive syllogism. It's an ipso facto genre. Look up what that means.
Well, we're not confirming it, right? Just the same as with the stars?
If we are measuring the absence of curvature, what are we measuring?
Very well done.
What is equivalent to the absence of curvature, sir?
We're not measuring absence of curvature.
We're not?
I just deny that. That's not what we're measuring.
You went to measure curvature and you didn't measure any. What are you measuring then?
You're failing to confirm what you expected.
Okay, so if you fail to measure curvature, what is the state of the thing if it's not curved?
If it's not curving, what is the state of the thing that you're measuring? Very well done.
What's it saying? Absence of...
Not what's it saying. No, what's it saying? Answer the question.
Proof is not proof.
Yeah, falsification's independent of replacement, bro.
Falsification is independent of replacement is outstanding. It's a different category than a disjunctive syllogism. You got falsification is independent of replacement over here, and you have disjunctive syllogism over here. They're two different categories. Never the twain shall meet. I like that falsification independent of replacement. I liked it when it was coined. I don't know. Whitsitt brought it in here. I don't know if it was done before. It's regardless. It's really good, and it's absolutely true. Mine was a little bit cumbersome. It had to do with a judge that wouldn't allow a defendant to make a case for his innocence until the defendant found a suitable replacement for the crime. Now, it did the same thing, but it took a little bit longer to say. So I always went with falsification is independent of replacement. It's concise. It's right on point.
Not in this case. Not in this case. Because
we pause a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm dealing with here is the true dichotomy.
Yeah.
It's like it's one or the other.
Yeah.
Why can't they just say it's a true dichotomy? It's such a simple way of explaining the situation.
Yes, they could have solved it right there by saying that. Yeah, I agree. Or they could have said it's a just disjunctive syllogism, but that made it through the whole room, right? So I like yours better. If they said it was a true dichotomy, and if you disprove one, then the other therefore must be true. That could have been, yeah, I agree. They should have said, somebody should have said that. But
yeah,
now,
so sorry.
But now they're muddying the waters by bringing in a completely different category. Falsification is independent of replacement. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the disjunctive syllogism. You follow? That's where they're confused right now.
Yeah, I knew what you were talking about when you brought up disjunctive syllogism. Yep. I knew that's true dichotomy. But I'm waiting for one of them to just say, I don't expect them to say disjunctive syllogism. I'm expecting one of them to say it's a true dichotomy.
Sure.
And I'm like, I know you've been stopping and talking, and I've talked and all that as well, but this is going on a while. Nobody is saying it's the truth. I mean, that's why I don't go to these places.
That's why I bring them to you, to irritate you to no end.
You won't be getting thanks off me, Boris.
Yes, fair enough. Hopefully this ends quick and we can move on.
We don't have to.
I literally overran my time. Please don't say I'm running. I stayed longer.
So big tech comes in. He starts this friggin' colossal cluster screw, and now he's gonna leave.
Hold on, Noah, just chill for a second. Can we let Whitted say his last piece if he wanted to, because he's trying to get.
Yeah, and then I'm out. I'm literally a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's simple. It's simple. What you said is true. Falsification is independent of replacement, but that
Not in this
matter.
case.
No,
in this
it
case.
No. Falsification is independent of replacement is a different category, Lion, than a disjunctive syllogism, dude. My God.
It just doesn't matter. No, dude, stop interrupting me, dude. Okay, yes, in this case, it's still independent.
No, it's not in this case, Witsit. It's a completely different category, dude. You're just as screwed up as he is. Oh my God, this is a train wreck from both sides. Brian, I'm sorry. This isn't going to be resolved, I don't think.
It's of each other, but
they're going to go down. They're going to go down the incoherent trail of retardedness, and it's going to be a wholesale block of confusion for everyone. How much you want to bet?
Well, I think most of the time when the people in this arena wake up in the morning, hang in on Discord most of the time. Most of them wake up going, "I'm going to make sure nothing is solved today." Do you know what I mean? It's like that's a mantra every day. I'm going to make sure nothing actually gets solved today, because that's what all I hear on Discord over and over again, and I don't care what server. It's nothing getting solved.
Yep.
Constantly for years at this stage, years now, and I know that because I tried it out myself, and you're at nothing.
Well, yeah, but when I was out here on Discord, a lot of shit was getting solved.
Which is why you're not on Discord now.
That's exactly. Yeah, I am not an enabler. I don't suffer fools. So I've been penalized for that. And now no one wants to listen to me. I'm losing my popularity. Woe is me.
Woe is you.
Here we go.
Is that if the surface of the Earth's not curving, then what is it? Okay, so
flat or horizontal plane. That's a disjunctive syllogism. What's it?
So the answer is that is flat. So that means it is independent of replacing it. I mean, you can falsify something without replacing it.
That's a different category. That's over here. Falsification is independent of replacement is over here. The next category over here is a logical category. This is a disjunctive syllogism. You're conflating the two. You two bozos. It's as simple as that.
But this has a...
And now you're going to torture us.
like necessary implication, right? So those
necessary implication. Yeah, that's a disjunctive syllogism. Yeah, ipso facto, the moment you falsify one of the choices, the instant you falsify one of the choices, that is, the other choice is ipso facto true. It's inherent in it. Dude, it has nothing to do with falsification is independent of replacement over here. Like gravity. If they come out and say, well, gravity is, we have a sphere and we got gravity, and I falsify gravity, I then don't need to replace that gravity, which is true. It's been a difficult road for them to understand that because they're retards. But that is a different category than a disjunctive syllogism. I'm sure my audience gets it. Hopefully most can fog a mirror. We've already identified the two different categories. Now we're going to get tortured.
Those are different things. The statement is still true, and it doesn't get you out of the problem.
Because curvature is bound to flatness, because otherwise it has no meaning.
Is that at least... This guy has come in and said some profound things. Is that him?
Because curvature is bound to flatness. Because
see, do you hear that? Yeah, that's like +3 for elite. Who is? Does anyone know this guy? No. Okay. Shout out to him.
I don't know.
Shout out to him because he's come in and said a few just basic truths, but that is light years above anyone else in here. So shout out to Alicia Savvy. Good on you.
Otherwise, it has no meaning.
True.
It's curving in relation to flatness or horizontal or whatever. That's the
correct.
The only way you can even derive the mathematics from it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let it go.
You need the foundation. So it doesn't apply to your.
Can somebody send me some?
Everyone just talks over each other on different topics and stuff. Big Tech's still here. He should have been gone like 8 minutes ago.
Show me what you're talking about with the peaks blocking the light or something like that. You have like
now we're back to the cell Theo. What the piss?
Sorry, I knew they never left that.
No, they left it. No, they left it. No, they left it.
No.
He just brought it back. They left it.
No, they just went around in a big, huge circle. They're always coming back to that.
You just don't want them to leave it because you like that cell Theo.
No, I know that's it, as something to latch onto for them. It's a good thing.
No,
right?
no, it's not,
it's
Brian.
better than
Relax.
electrostatics.
Relax. Big Tech is bringing that up. He's a globetard. Okay?
I know.
He's the one bringing it up. This has nothing to do with the falsification as independent of replacement and the disjunctive syllogism that they just went over, Brian.
I'm aware of all that. I'm not expecting them to have consistency. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just knew that was coming back up. They were getting back to that at some point. Because what happens is that they start talking about something, then they trail off. Then when they trail off, 3 or 4 of them don't know exactly what they're talking about, and they're all talking across purposes. Now and again, someone comes in and says the right thing, and then they trail off again. Then they end up back at where they started at.
Oh,
That's
God.
what happens on Discord servers.
Okay, thanks.
Experiment or something, maybe. I'm not.
Yeah.
It wasn't an experiment. Jesus, you sacrificed your acumen again.
We'll have to put a video.
So did you, Witsit, and so did Shane. It's not an experiment.
Yeah. We'll have to put a video together on that. I don't know if
you guys. I literally got to go. I'll see you later.
Well, thanks a lot for jumbling up the conversation there, Big Tech.
All right.
Okay, guys. Okay, we learned.
All right. So what did we learn?
Something. Okay. Can I? Let me explain this for a second. I'm gonna.
Oh God, is he gonna do the same thing again?
Okay. Just make sure I did say it, but just so everyone understands. Okay. The fallacious form.
Oh my God.
Before we go ahead, I just want to point out, as I was listening earlier, the rebuttal to a force of gravity was, what was it? Dielectric acceleration. Now, that's why Witsit and others like him are hanging in here, because people there are promoting the rubbish that him and others promoted. That isn't true. To combat something else that isn't true. So one thing that isn't true versus another thing that isn't true. That's a false dichotomy. And that's why they're hanging in there.
No,
now he's going to explain to everyone about something that is probably a red herring.
Yeah, it's a red. He's been on this thing. He's trying to teach people about the fallacy and the logical consistent one, which wasn't an object of discussion. So, and then what you just said, right? Now, Witsit coined the falsification is independent of replacement. But then that's his mantra, right? But then all he's been doing for these past years, guess what he's been doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Trying to replace things.
Exactly. So gravity's one. He's been trying to replace it with that incoherent dielectric acceleration horseshit. Which it goes against his mantra. He also categorized himself, remember, as an alternative cosmologist. Now, does an alternative cosmologist line up with falsification is independent of replacement? Or does it sacrifice it on the second grade retard altar of what, you fucking moron? You just contradicted yourself. I just want to state that. But guess what we're going to have to listen. But guess what we're going to have to listen to now? I'm telling you, he's going to repeat his same red herring fallacy before. He's going to teach everyone what the difference is between the fallacy and the logical and the modus ponens. That's what he's going to do. Because he already did it 3 times. Well, let's do it again.
Of presenting the evidence as if P, then Q. P is true, therefore Q must be true. That's fallacious. That's affirming.
What? Let me hear that one more time. I might have misheard that.
Of presenting the evidence as if P, then Q. P is true, therefore Q
must be. Yeah, that's a modus ponens. That is a logical argument.
Must be true. That's fallacious.
That's not fallacious. That's modus ponens. Let's do it again.
I think he's wording. I think from what I'm hearing, that what he's trying to say, and he's saying it. I could be wrong, and it could be shown to be wrong. But I think what he's trying to say is, if you're pre-assuming P is Q, P is true, then Q supports P. Then it's like, so. I think what he's got to lay out is, if P then Q, Q therefore P. And then Q is the supporting of the P.
Nope. That's not what he said. Nope. Listen closely. Everyone, modus ponens. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q. We already went over this. I went over it before, that the modus ponens is just restating the major premise. And then for that argument to be valid, the premise must be valid, the major premise. That's the only way. You're just saying the same thing again. But now he's saying, because he's a dumbass, he said it right the first time about 5 minutes ago. But now he's saying, if P then Q, P therefore Q is fallacious. He's a moron. Listen to him.
Form of presenting the evidence as if P, then Q.
If P, then Q.
P is true, therefore Q must be true.
Yes, that is a modus ponens. He said it's a fallacy. Listen.
That's fallacious.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for
that.
But
he's not using the word if before P. He's saying P is true. This is my thing with him. He said P is true. No, he didn't say if P is true, then Q. He didn't say that.
No, he can't get out of it. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q. Doesn't have to put any qualifiers. He's a moron.
That's affirming the consequent.
It's not affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequent is if P, then Q. Q, therefore P. A modus ponens, on the other hand, is if P, then Q. P, therefore Q. You got your P's and Q's mixed up. You're an idiot. You came in here crusading and you fucked everything up.
Because P could be true, but Q doesn't have to be true. Like,
oh my God. Well, that's true, but that doesn't have anything to do with your train wreck statement.
If Bigfoot exists.
Oh no.
If the Bigfoot mailman exists.
We got a Bigfoot mailman.
Oh
no. At least it adds some color. It's not boring. Let's
exists. If the Bigfoot mailman exists, then he'll deliver my mail every Friday, and I'll have mail in my mailbox. I go check my mailbox and find some mail on Friday. Therefore, Bigfoot mailman is true.
Yeah, see, that's an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. That's an if P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
Superchat!
Super P's and Q's.
Should you come with me?
In a minute. Yes, I will. Hold on 1 second. Tony Whitcomb sent QE, Google, is Florida flat? My takeaway from it is the beaches touching the water either side of Florida should be thousands of feet below ground level. I think it's a good point to stick them with.
Well, yeah, Florida is technically...
OGL.
Thanks, Bugger. little extra there. On to Tony's point, yeah, Florida. Personally, I think they should secede from the union, but that's another topic. But Florida is the flattest state, if I'm not mistaken. Even flatter than Kansas, if that's what you're rolling with. But
according to surveyors, Kansas is like a pancake. So that's pretty. If Florida is worse than that, then that's pretty flat.
Yeah, Florida's flatter than that.
If you know about degrees of flatness.
I think it is.
Ridiculous as all that sounds.
I think it is. Well, let's look at, since we're on this topic. Oh boy, which state is flatter? Kansas or Florida? Don't bone me here. Contrary to popular belief, Florida is significantly flatter than Kansas. Look at that. Florida is considered... Okay, let's get off of this. Jesus. Thanks.
No, that's good. You know what's good? No, you know what's good? And I wanted to say it, but you were Googling it, so I didn't want to interrupt. The fact that you can Google and get that as an answer.
Yeah, the fact that I can do that.
Right. Earth's a globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a globe then. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Tony.
Right, but it's not. Someone else could deliver my mail. That's stupid. But the fallacious or the logically valid form is if P then Q. Q is false. Therefore, P is false.
That's a modus tollens. So you jump from modus ponens and affirming the consequent to modus tollens. You just did this one. Somebody even got it up here.
If there is the Bigfoot mailman and he delivers mail every Friday, there's no mail in my mailbox. Therefore, there is not a Bigfoot mailman delivering mail every Friday. Okay, so it's if P then Q. Q is false. Therefore, P is false. That's the proper form.
That's modus tollens.
I think I got one. Can I run it by you?
Oh, God.
So if the Earth is a globe, then it should be expanding outward because we measure an upward acceleration.
What on earth? You can thank me later, Brian.
Right? Yeah. So it'd be expanding.
No. Anyways, like I tried to say earlier, dude, if you have a logical...
They just move on from her state. No one says anything. They just go...
Let the men talk.
That's pretty funny. All right, let's go back.
Anyways.
Somebody said, anyways.
Moving on.
Dude, that was whoever did that. Lying if you did that is pretty funny.
Like I tried to say earlier, dude, if you have a logical binary, i.e.
Oh my God, we're back on the deduct. It's like bouncing off the incoherent funhouse mirrors between all their ears. Guess where we're back to, Brian?
I know.
We're back to the disjunctive syllogism versus the falsification is independent of replacement train wreck. I thought we got out of that, but we didn't. We're back in it. We're neck deep in it now, dude.
Straightness or curvature, one being false logically necessitates the other is true.
Yeah, that's a disjunctive syllogism. We already been over this ground.
So saying falsification is independent of what an explanation or whatever.
No, Nocton, no. They're two different categories, dude. We're back here again. How many times am I going to have to say this? Oh, boy.
That may be the case for open-ended questions, but for binary questions and binary logic, you are wrong. You're in.
Yeah, but he's not. They're two different categories. So what you said is correct. So what you're saying is they're two different categories.
Correct.
Without saying it, that's what he's saying.
If something can either be, if something can either be A or B, and you have proven that it is not A, it must necessarily be B.
That is correct. That is a disjunctive syllogism for the I don't know, 20th time now.
Okay, it doesn't matter how much of an attitude you say it with, you don't become correct. Okay,
No, that is correct. It's not become correct. Not with your little Nancy Sally freaking appeals. What he said was correct. No matter how he said it. That is correct.
Try to address my rebuttal, Noah.
You can't rebut that. It's a disjunctive syllogism, you moron. You're conflating two different categories. You're as bad as he is.
They are still independent of each other.
Not in a disjunctive syllogism, they're not. I don't know what to do with him. I mean, this is just ground squirrel level reasoning. He's a moron.
Meaning establishment of the falsification exists on its own.
Not in a disjunctive syllogism. It doesn't. It's an ipso facto genre. I just posted it. We just went over it. Why isn't it pulling up? Pull up. There it is. Disjunctive syllogism. So what he calls a binary, Lion from Zion, is two possibilities right here. So a logical argument of the form that if there are only two possibilities and one of them is ruled out, then the other must be true. Duh. They're inherently connected. Inherently. If see this, if this is a big word right here. If there are only two possibilities, and only if there are only two possibilities, like this case that was just presented. Simple. The simple stuff.
It may have necessary implications. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist on its own.
What the fuck does that mean? Who knows?
That's why the word independent was used.
Independent is a different category. It's not the same as a disjunctive syllogism for the 26th time.
Okay, because it exists on its own.
Oh, boy.
Independent of straightness is not independent of curvature. Straightness is the state of zero curvature. So not having one necessitates you have the other by the properties of what the word
I literally just said that, dude.
Say again? Somebody say something? Oh, that must have been somebody in here. Sorry about that.
I literally just said necessary implication.
Yeah, necessary implication, i.e. binary law.
That doesn't save you, dude. You just contradicted yourself before. That last statement didn't rectify the other train wrecks you just said. You're conflating two different topics.
Logic, i.e. falsification does give you an explanation in a
what?
Binary logic.
Oh, in a disjunctive syllogism, falsification does. It doesn't. I hate that explanation shit. No, it's there. Just the other possibility is true, not an explanation. The other statement is therefore true.
No.
So you're wrong.
Try and keep up. Falsification.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this has been watered down. You can't speak about a true dichotomy where both options could be false. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
It can only be correct if it's called a true dichotomy because one of them is true.
Yes.
You know. So I think maybe I'm wrong because I've missed some of it, but is Witsit trying to say that both elements within a true dichotomy could be false? Like that's
no. What he's trying to say, he's trying to defend in a complete category error his statement, which is true. Falsification is independent of replacement. He's superimposing the falsification is independent of replacement, which sits over here, onto the disjunctive syllogism where it's not applicable. Because as soon as you falsify, you see where I'm going? Yes.
Yeah, that's what he was doing earlier. Yeah, he was doing that earlier as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's still
doing it. It's two different categories.
Yes, exactly. You got it. Yep.
Falsification is independent of replacement. So if they say the Earth's a globe, with these dimensions and it's this size. So
No, that wasn't it. No one said the Earth. This is a straw man. No one said the Earth is a globe with these dimensions and this size. That wasn't the argument. The argument was, and it's your argument, which is shocking, that if it's not curved, it's flat. There's no dimensions in there, no sizes in there. So you're being a weasel again. Let's see if Lion can catch it.
curving at this rate. And now we're going to do our test that falsifies that claim. That falsification is independent of me now replacing.
Yep, he strawmanned them. Let's see if Lion can get it.
That claim, which would be what? The Earth is flat with these dimensions.
No, not the Earth is flat with these dimensions. Strawman, idiot. You think you're clever, but you're not. You're an idiot. That wasn't the argument. It's your argument. If the Earth doesn't curve, what is it? You've been saying it for years. You just strawmanned yourself. Lion for Zion is talking about your argument. If it's not curved, what is it? Not dimensions, nothing like that. Idiot.
Right. So the falsification is independent of replacing the previous argument. It exists on its own. You can take the next step and say, okay.
Not a next step. There is no next steps in disjunctive syllogism. It's an ipso facto category. Ipso facto, the instant you falsify one of the possibilities, the other one is therefore true. Instantly. You don't have to do anything. It's there inherently.
Okay, well, if the surface of the Earth's not curving, then what is it?
Yeah, there you go. Now you're back on your argument. That's the one Lion's arguing for. He's a bit confused. He's category error in it, but he's got the disjunctive syllogism correct.
Necessary implication is if the surface isn't curving, that it's flat. Cool. That's cool.
No, that's not cool. That's your argument.
Cool. Right? That's the next step. That's the
It's not the next step. There's not a next step. It's ipso facto, dude. You're an ipso facto moron.
Follow-up logical step.
It's not logical. Oh my god.
And then you can
a necessary implication means that it is an explanation.
Not an explanation, Lion.
So you're basically saying I have an explanation due to
No, he's not saying that.
My falsification, but it's not that. You're double speaking.
No, I'm saying that.
No, I guess you can categorize it as slightly double speaking. It's just a category error conflation. And you're guilty of the same thing, Lion.
The falsification exists on its own. You don't have to replace it to...
You're not replacing it in a disjunctive syllogism. It's inherent in it. Oh, Lordy.
Falsify it. You're flipping it backwards and then telling me that I have to accept the replacement to...
How's he flipping it backwards? Flipping what backwards?
Falsify. It's like you don't even understand the statement.
You're the one who said necessary implication.
Okay,
so you must necessarily
I'll do it one more time, and then
implication must necessarily be that it's.
Oh god! I told you, Brian. This is torture. This isn't gonna end well.
That it's flat.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more time.
I'm not teaching you anything. I'm exposing you.
I'm not doing this, folks. This is something that this guy, that new perspective. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you're totally exposing me, Noah. Totally exposing me.
100%. Maybe not to these guys, but to someone.
Well, maybe you just need to write it down or something.
I wrote it down. I just showed my audience. You're making a horse's ass out of yourself. And so is Lion for Zion to an extent. At least he knows what a disjunctive syllogism is.
No, I got it written down.
Good.
What I'd say is that the lad Lion for Zion, what he said was just true. And now he's having to defend it, which is he didn't actually do anything wrong, other than the fact he's trying to defend something that's just a true statement.
He's trying.
You know what I mean? He didn't
He's trying to indict, which is incorrect. He's trying to indict Whitsitt. Whitsitt's statement is falsification is independent of replacement with a disjunctive syllogism, which is incoherent. Because it's a category error. That's what he's trying to do. That's where he's incoherent. Where he's coherent is, Lion from Zion, he knows what a disjunctive syllogism is. You follow?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
Yep.
But it's like he's trying to now defend the true dichotomy. Like, you don't need to defend that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he, and Witcher has kind of put him in that position where he's now trying to defend something that you don't need to defend. Because Witcher kind of straw man.
Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty painful. You're welcome.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
That's true, Mr. Slow Talker over here. That's one category. And
meaning you can falsify something without having to replace it.
That's correct. Duh.
If a falsification necessitates another part of a binary,
that's a disjunctive syllogism.
That's cool.
That is cool.
That fact is independent of the other true statement, which is...
No, that fact is independent of a completely different category. That's where you could have solved this right now.
It's not necessary and independent.
See, it gets cluster screwed right now. See, you should have been more concise and said it correctly. Then you would have saved us.
You had to interrupt me because you're just not able to actually debate me. And if you were able to...
Not a debate. What is this with you and you have never debated in this genre. Flat Earth is not a debate. The nature of our reality is objective. You do not debate by definition objective topics. It's non sequitur. It's dumbass. This little discussion you're having with this guy right here, this isn't a debate either. You're just having an incoherent discussion between the two of you.
You're double speaking. If you were able to actually debate me, you wouldn't have...
Oh my God. It's like he's 3 years old. He's got this debate thing in his head that he's like the master debater. More like masturbator.
You have to constantly interrupt me and then just repeat yourself without acknowledging...
Here we go with the meta. Did I get that right? Blatzy, is this meta?
Yep, it's meta.
And engaging with my point.
I have been acknowledging and engaging your points. That's
okay. Still man my argument.
You're a liar.
Oh, here we go with the steel man. You can't steel man incoherency. You're in a complete category error. You can't steel man that. There's no. The only thing that's steel is your casket.
Pause.
Yeah, you go ahead, Brian. 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. I don't know if I can do 2 minutes. I don't know if I have that much to say.
Oh yes, you can. You can do 2 minutes in your sleep.
Well, what I was going to say is that there's a kind of a thing, I think, with some people, which is software format in this arena, where everything becomes about, are you trying to debate me? It's like, no, this is just a discussion. There's a bit of a disagreement because obviously it's not a debate. You know, you're just talking about these topics and you're trying to, obviously at cross purposes, you're trying to unravel that. That's all that's going on here. And this kind of like, are you trying to debate me stuff? That's like, oh my God. Do we have to go down that road? Can it not just be that there's obviously cross purposes going on there? Like, I don't know. It just seems to me to be turning into a test out situation for no reason. But I don't really know what's going on here, to be honest with you, because there was some other stuff going on. Now we're on to this. You know, nothing seems to be getting solved. Hey, Flatsy.
Nothing seems to even be getting discussed. It's just a bunch of
It was
crap.
battery over.
You got the rumpus there by Boa, I think.
What the heck, QE? You don't get 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's like there isn't enough people here to disappear for 2 minutes. Do you know what I mean? There's not enough people talking.
Hold on, Neil is here.
But you're not saying anything.
Oh boy.
I have arrived. What the heck is Witsit talking about now?
He's having some argument with somebody. It's stupid.
Doesn't he realize
We're
the debate has been over a long time ago?
Yeah, but not for dielectric acceleration versus the force of gravity. That debate is continuing. Because none of them exist. So that debate can continue on into infinity if it existed. Do you know what I mean? There's no end. You can't end that debate, because how do you end a debate when both sides have a position that doesn't exist?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just painful.
Yeah, it is painful. I've been listening. And it's been way longer than 2 minutes. Military man. You're supposed to be on military time.
Yeah, there's not enough of us in here. I know Adam, if he was here, he could drone on and on.
Yeah, there's just not enough people to, like, this is what we're talking about. There not being enough people to fill in 2 minutes of airtime. That's how we're filling in 2 minutes of airtime. So that's pretty bad.
That is bad. Now I got to eat something here. Can you fill in some more?
Well, it's because we're not algorithmically favored, according to Nathan.
What?
That's
No,
why we
Kiwi-
have less and less people here.
No, Kiwi just shuts the conversation down, so he can't be a part of it anymore. So he's lost his popularity.
That's exactly right. Oh, woe is me.
You know, I've been hearing that through the
Woe is
grapevine.
Kiwi.
All right. Want me to continue to save you? Because I can handle uncomfortable silences. In fact, I thrive in them.
You know what I can't handle? People chewing while they're talking.
That's true.
I don't know where this video is going to next. Where it is at the moment, it's kind of boring, to be honest with you. Because it's becoming an ego fest now, where there's two people. It's more Witsit than the other man.
Yeah, it's a second grade playground thing. You want me to, I'll tell you what, we'll just move past, we'll move up a little bit.
No,
yeah.
I'm just saying it is what it is.
Be established. We don't need to hear any more of that. So let's see when we can get out of it.
This is why people like you can't debate, because every time the other person's going to make the conclusion that you're getting.
Oh God, the meta. You're already exposed.
Walk away. You don't even have to state the necessary implication out loud.
Oh, shut up.
Certain cases, specifically binary.
Oh God.
That's it. That's all that I did. I just falsified because I was trying to hang this up, and someone actually didn't perfectly present the argument, and so then I felt I got to jump in and explain the difference in like the logical and illogical form, right? And that the fallacy is if P then Q. If P is
my God, he's back on that.
True, therefore Q is true, which is fallacious. But then the logical form is if P then Q. Q is false.
Hey, did you see what's going on over here? It's a girl crying. It says, "Leave Witsit alone."
Oh my God.
This thing right here. Watch this. Watch this. It's pretty funny, man. Who did that? Watch
yeah,
it.
it's the same. It's from the meme, "Leave Britney alone," like Britney Spears, like this
really?
gal like went crazy, like defending Britney.
Here, watch.
False, therefore P is false, right? Like the logically consistent form or valid form is the falsification.
That's cracking me up.
Form, and so then it started to get rearranged to a more proper denotation of it, which was the falsification of the curvature claim. And then he's like, okay, well, he's trying, the Glober in here was trying to fight that the Earth was flat. And I said, if the surface of the Earth's not curving.
Oh my God, we're still on it. Let's get past it. My God.
Let's make a list.
I was gonna get almost exactly on his question to me.
Well, he was trying to get in before.
I'm trying to get by this.
Yeah, I just want to say this. It makes a bit of sense. This Whitson has an issue with true dichotomies because he wants to be part of a continual false dichotomy, which is correct, right? Dielectric acceleration or force of gravity. That's a never-ending false dichotomy. You're going to be arguing about that forever because none of them exist, and that's why, so he has a problem with true dichotomies. It seems that's why he has a problem with this man because he brought up a true dichotomy. Don't. That solves the problem. We can't. That's what I'm hearing.
Let Jeremy go, and then Noah, you can go next.
I was just going to say that actually stopped me from getting into flat Earth at the very, very beginning of this whole thing for me.
What stopped you from getting into flat Earth, Jeremy, at the beginning?
I needed that explanation. I was telling.
So you needed a just so story. That's what stopped you from at the beginning of being, all in flat Earth. Really, pretty stupid.
On the mind state, and I didn't get it until Rob Skiba showed the sunset on the table.
Huh? What? So Rob Skiba showing you a sunset on the table explained something to you? Okay.
To where I was like, all right, I got my explanation. I get back in. Since then, I've evolved, but
What's evolution? Evolved.
When you come into this, you're kind of still in that. I don't know. I was at least.
About needing a replacement, you mean?
Yeah, I couldn't get into this without having a replacement for how the sun could set.
Oh boy.
All right. I'm gonna enlighten almost exactly on the disagreement me and Witzer were having.
Oh God, you're not gonna do it again, are you?
Witzer, would you agree that
we got an agreement ladder? This is something new. Let's go back.
Witzer we're having. Witzer, would you agree that 6 of 1 is logically equivalent to half a dozen?
That's a tautology. You're going to get into some weird territory here, son, and you're going to train wreck yourself again. 6 of 1 and half a dozen of the other argument by cliche. That's a tautology. They're equivalent statements. Disjunctive syllogism is not a tautology. So if you're going to analogize this into the disjunctive syllogism, you're going to train wreck yourself, son. If that's what you're going to do.
6 of 1.
Yes, would you agree that 6 of 1 is logically equivalent to half a dozen?
No, I don't know. What was 6 of 1?
6 of 1, half a dozen of the other.
Just a phrase.
It's just a tautology. You're saying the same thing using different words. That's not what a disjunctive syllogism is.
Amazing. But he's right. Just say yes.
Sure, yeah. 6 ones, I guess.
Okay, so 6 of 1 to half a dozen is analogous.
Oh, there he goes. Off the cliff he goes. In a face plant in the drained cement pond. I knew he was going to do it as soon as he brought up the equivalent statement.
To not having curvature is to flatness or straightness.
No, it's not. They're two completely different things.
Yeah, it could be analogous.
They're logically the logical.
They're not. It's not logical. They're just tautology. Logic has nothing to do with it. They're just a tautology.
The logical equivalence.
It's not.
Is analogous between both those things.
to the both those things? No.
So if
No,
you
I
were
can
going
hear
to
you.
say that 6 of 1 is logically equivalent to half a dozen,
It's not. That's where your argument falls apart.
that same principle applies
He's boning you.
in not having curvature to flatness.
That was pretty clumsy. The pluses that I gave you, Lion, I just took them all away from you. That was pretty stupid.
You
Like,
think I don't
flatness
understand what
quite
a
literally
binary
is-
truth is, dude?
Quite literally the absence of the other. Yeah.
You think
so
I
that-
don't understand what a necessary?
That's not a necessary. What's it? You screwed up. You didn't identify his train wreck statement. You didn't identify that. Logical equivalence. That's not. It's a tautology. Number one. Number two. It doesn't have anything to do. His analogy. It's a false analogy fallacy. There's probably 3 or 4, but I don't need them.
Implication
what you're-
or binary.
Did somebody want to say something, or am I hearing things?
Yeah, it's not correct. Well, yes, well, no, I can't say it's not correct because not having curvature is the same as saying as having flat. No curvature, right? That means rate of slope 0 is flat. That's correct. He's not incorrect, really, in what he's trying to do.
Yeah, but they're not.
Marry together.
They're not. It's not a tautology. I might have to think about that.
Maybe level and horizontal would be a better.
Well, for one thing, like I said, they're not his logical equivalence. That's a train wreck. That makes no sense. That's a tautology, saying 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Tautology is saying the same thing using different words. Follow? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There in the true dichotomy. In the true dichotomy, are you saying the same thing with different words? Is the question. So, if the Earth is not curving, it's flat. Is that a tautology? I'm asking. I haven't thought about it.
Yeah. Well, what's curvature? The rate of change of slope over distance, right? No change of slope is flat. You'd have to see it that way.
Yeah, there's some middle ground here that I would rather watch paint dry, but let's just go off his little analogy. They're not logically equivalent statements. Number one.
Well, what I say is that. Go on, sorry.
No, number one, they're not logically equivalent statements. Let's just leave it at that. So we can get past this, hopefully.
But you know what it is? It's a little bit along the lines of proving you have hands. You don't need to do those things. Do you know what I mean? You don't need to do those things. They're not necessary. You know what I mean? Don't get involved in that level. Now, I'm not saying it's at that level, like that Witcher is bringing it to that. But it's like, don't get involved in trying to prove just something that's a true statement.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Let's move on. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Okay.
Yeah, that's what your argument. That's what your argument leads me to believe.
Okay, well then you're not understanding my argument, and maybe almost exactly could break it down for you better than me because I've said it multiple times. It's that
Let me try to repeat it.
Listen, no, don't repeat it.
Let me try to repeat. Let's get out of this
before you can get.
I just don't realize why. Like I can't.
You don't care.
Tell you what just happened, and you deny it. It's like, dude, that's exactly what happened, bro.
Oh god.
Well, Noah, what about it just being an and or? Like, okay, you can falsify something and then put a period on it, and you're done.
You can falsify something and put a period on it. That's true. That's falsification is independent of replacement. Yes.
You can just falsify.
Hey, dude, Gio.
Or
let me
finish.
I have a question for you.
You can just falsify it, or you can falsify and replace, or make a.
No, not falsify and replace. No, Geo Love doesn't know what a disjunctive syllogism is. He's not seeing the category errors. Also, that's the leader. So if the leader's a friggin' stump, guess what everyone else is going to be?
A binary replacement assertion.
Oh,
you can
boy.
do either or, both and. What's the problem with that?
That you're a moron. That's the problem that with that. And I already identified the two different categories. You're just dumb.
Okay, so Gio, if you had 6 eggs,
oh God,
to me and said, "Hey, audience," and like,
no, time out. That's not what happened. What happened was
I'm hitting 5s, Brian. I'm hitting 5s, dude. I'm out of this. All right.
If you had 4 red cards, yeah.
you actually interrupted.
Oh God.
Not in this, to be told to, and then challenge sending tone.
Sorry, I'm just pulling 5s, people, until we get out of this.
That's not what happened. Let me get in real quick.
I did not.
It's recorded.
Can somebody let Jeremy get in real quick and let's do something else, please?
Not what happened when you all were talking,
this for far too long, though. So,
thank you.
We've been going over this for how many more minutes are we going to do this for?
Well, it's just, I just feel like, Noah said that Witsit doublespoke, and I didn't hear Witsit doublespeak, so.
So Noah said Witsit doublespoke, and you didn't hear Witsit doublespeak. So what does that mean? It's an argument from ignorance fallacy, Gio, you dumbass. My God.
That's just the fact.
He basically said that 6 of 1 is not.
Oh God.
It's like, what do you mean? There's no step. They're logically equivalent. It's not.
They're still going, Brian.
To the fold. I did that. So to now claim that I basically deny the necessary implication is goofy.
Oh, they're still at it.
Now we can say that would mean it's flat, but
we're still there, Brian.
And I'm not doing that.
No, we're not doing it anymore either.
If it's not curved, then it's flat.
Shut up.
Then
not curved is flat.
Put me on the list here at some point when 5 more back and
That's
forth,
true.
maybe.
Jeremy's coming in. Can somebody put me on the list so when I can get a word in here? Jeremy's trying to get out of this trade. We've been on this thing for a while, dudes. Come on, man.
The way you're interacting and shit, bro, is dishonest, man.
What?
Yeah, there's too much of this stuff goes on in the flat earth. Something's just true is true. You don't need to argue about it, right? If it's not curved, it's flat. That's just geometric. If there's no curvature, right, to a surface, then it's flat. That's, you know what I mean? If you want to describe the surface,
right.
You can either describe it as curved or, yeah, right.
We already established that, Brian.
Yeah, but the point is that why the people in this arena get so caught up spending 20 minutes just arguing about something that there's no need for arguing about.
Because they got second-grade egos, right? Brian.
I know. It makes I just see it to be a complete waste of time.
It is. Right? Go ahead, Fletzy.
Hey, Flat.
Right?
Because I basically came to you and said, you have half a dozen of this.
Oh, God.
It was objectively you. And when you told me that you were going to expose me.
Oh, God, more meta.
Business. And then you started insulting me.
Meta.
Insult. Just with the correct.
Oh, boy.
Very well done.
Next, so go ahead.
Say again? Am I on point? Am I up with the kids?
Yeah.
I will just say this so everyone will know, because this is about the 8th time today it's happened by different individuals, right? What I'm no longer going to participate in is people thinking that because
a coherent discussion. That's what he's no longer going to participate in.
Because I'm in here, I have to engage with him, nor do I have to let you talk down to me, nor do I have to let you talk over me, okay?
You talk down to me first.
You talk down to me first. We're on the second grade. Nuh-uh, you. We're 5-ing the hell out of this.
Not affirming the consequence.
Oh God, we got NASA shit. I think we're out of it. We're out of this, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be so sure.
I think we're out of it. You're right. I went too fast. Okay. Here we go.
As a brother and talk to you as an equal, and you think I'm talking down to you, bro? You're projecting.
There's a female's voice that came in there. I didn't know. It was Sarah or I don't know.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Moving on. Back to that.
Moving on. We're moving on, Flatsy. Jeremy said it. course, he said it like 5 or 6 times already, so not confirmed.
Actual topic. Back to the actual topic.
All right. What's the actual topic?
And I don't know if that was affirming the consequent or not. I could probably phrase it so that it was. However, an actual affirming the consequent one with the phraseology would be like this. If Earth is a globe, then we'll see weight change at different latitudes. We see weight change at different latitudes, therefore Earth's a globe.
That is an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. I don't think that's what they do. I don't think they say because the Earth is a globe. I think they say because the Earth rotates. Right? But in that form, that is an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. +1. Well, you're not at +1. You're at like -3 with the +1.
You know what I'm saying? That's an affirming the consequent one.
Nice, Jeremy. You've been doing your research.
Bro, I've been saying that for 5 years, dude.
That's not affirming the consequence. Stop it. That's proof.
Oh,
NASA shill, an idiot anti-flat earther, stone cold dumbass, comes in and says that that's not a fallacy, that's proof.
Hold on, is that you said that's NASA shills?
Yeah, NASA shill.
The guy that was telling me that Eratosthenes did a scientific experiment
Oh, he
by
said
measuring Earth.
Oh, he said some stupid shit through the years, but yep, ladies and gentlemen, meet the dumbass of the millennium, NASA shill.
Do you have any quotes by him alongside like Brenda and?
Oh yeah, I've got
the tight shirt and.
I've got some
what
numpty,
else?
I got numpty clips with him in them. Just go to the numpty clips. He's in there.
Textbook.
It's proof that weight changes at latitude. It's not proof that Earth's rotating. I meant to say
my baby
rotating. I say
birdie is out there
globe
flying.
earlier.
Jeremy,
It is evidence.
Okay.
Left Lane said, it is evidence. The affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. Left Lane should have changed lanes. Another anti-flat
and Jeremy did correct himself on it being a globe or the Earth rotating.
Oh, he did?
He corrected himself. Yes.
Okay, it's not material. It was still an affirming the consequent either way.
Hey, can we let Jeremy finish? That'd be great.
Yeah, I don't know if I said a globe earlier. I meant to say a rotating sphere. Then it's.
Oh, he did correct. Have you listened to this?
No, he just did it while everybody was talking over him, but since Witsit gave him the floor, he said it just clearly this time.
Oh, I got you. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Then we'll see weight change of latitude. But that is affirming the consequent. I give you another affirming the consequent with water boiling, like I did the other day, and you can see where the line disappears from affirming the consequent to actual proof. Like if you were to do it with water boiling, like.
Water boiling? Uh-oh.
It'd be a modus ponens, right?
What?
And that, if, with the water boiling and stuff, that kind of, never mind. Let me just disregard everything I said.
Someone's on shaky ground.
All right, let's hear it.
My modus ponens would be like, if heat applied to water, it will boil. Heat applied to water will boil. That's why I was thinking that, and never mind.
But that's not a modus ponens.
Okay.
If heat, then water will boil. Heat, then water will boil. That's a modus ponens.
Yeah, but she said it a bit wrong.
All right. All right, well, let's hear Jeremy's.
No heat caused water to boil.
Oh, sorry.
With water boil.
Let's go back.
From affirming the consequent to actual proof. Like if you were to do it with water boiling, like let's say we didn't know heat caused water to boil, and we go in there and we're like, yo.
We go in there, we go, hey, like, yo, bro.
Water boils, then heat caused it.
What?
And then you're like, we see water boiling. Wait, hold on, I messed it up.
Well, not really. He was kind of correcting the first. Water is boiling. He causes it. The cause of the water boiling is.
We're going there like, yo.
Yo, we're going there like, yo. That's how we go in there. Yo.
I had this other day.
What was said here a minute ago. Hold on a sec.
Shut up.
What was said here a minute ago was wrong because if heat, then water boiling. That doesn't mean anything. You can have heat without having any water boiling.
Oh,
There's no water to
God.
be seen boiling. You need to see the water boiling and then say heat caused it.
Oh, brother.
Never mind. Go ahead with it.
Altitude change or pressure change. That's what you.
Okay, yeah. Just so everyone knows, just the fundamental difference is like if the premise is true, then the conclusion is, as opposed.
Oh, God. He's going to step into this again?
To if the conclusion is true, then the premise is true.
Shut up.
Okay. And like the safest bet in our realm is to present it logically sound with falsification, right? Like if their claim.
Present it logically sound with false. What are you talking about?
Is true, then this, or if it's not true, then this, right? Like you want to falsify their claim. So what
are you talking about? Modus tollens?
The difference between the fallacious form and the
I don't know what he's talking about.
sound form, like the.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the claim there a minute ago, because what Jeremy was talking about was if we weigh something, something weighs different at different latitudes, then he was saying that it doesn't mean that the Earth is rotating.
Yes.
Yeah, and that would be fallacious logic, yes. But you'd have to produce evidence that is happening to even use it.
Yes.
So that's it's a bad example.
I don't know. It's not a bad example of an affirming the consequent. The form's there. That's all he's going for. Follow?
Yeah, he's right about that. I'm not saying he's wrong about that. He's totally correct about the form. I'm just saying the initial starting point involves something that already begs the question, because there is nobody able to show that.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure. For a logical argument to be valid, the major premise and minor premise must be validated. Now, what they're doing right now, they're just going over the form of the arguments. You follow? But for the argument, you follow what I'm saying? But I see what you're saying. Can we move on?
Well, I just want to say that I was kind of wrong earlier when I kind of jumped off Flatsy, because she was only just kind of trying to say something.
No.
And I kind of gave up.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Flatsy.
No problem.
There you go.
I ain't got no issues.
So you got issues. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, I do, because I always talk over the video. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's the least of your issue. We might have an adjunct show. Flatsy's issues.
Yeah. We may have an intervention about your issues.
Okay. That'd be pretty funny. Let's do it. It'd be like a roast. Set up a roast.
The fallacious form assumes the conclusion or gets the conclusion and assumes the premise is true, where the logically sound
You're going to hurt yourself. What's it?
That the premise is true, therefore the conclusion is true.
And the way you get out of that
is the safest bet.
Yeah, the way you get out of that, though, is by doing actual science. And then you're no longer...
What? Science has nothing to do with this, Jeremy. It's a category error. Talking about logic here.
Longer in the realm of affirming the consequent because you've actually done it, manipulated independent.
There isn't a... This is non sequitur.
Variable, and you know that this...
Independent variable, where did you learn that from? Regardless, it's not a part of the logic discussion. It's another category error.
Cause that, and there is no more affirming the consequent once you do actual real science.
There was never an affirming the consequent to begin with.
Cause and effect, hypothesis, experiment, all that.
Yeah, cause and effect, hypothesis, experiment has nothing to do with this topic.
It's throwing out buzzwords.
Yep.
Yeah, and you have the like.
Yeah, you agreed with them. What's it? You would also fail intro to third grade differentiation between logic and science.
The null hypothesis, yeah.
Null hypothesis, another buzzword. Where'd you learn that from?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like if I was able to properly form and affirm the consequent for water boiling, and we never did it, it'd be affirming the consequent. But then once you do it and you You do it and you put the heat to it, and it's like, oh, okay, that is actually how it works.
No, that's just stupid.
Isn't that called a modus tollens, right? Logically speaking, like principle-wise.
What?
Isn't that a modus tollens?
Isn't what? Is it? Oh, God.
Where if A implies B and B is false, then A must also be.
Modus tollens. Modus tollens is like if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. And
Wonder where they learned that.
Witsit.
Huh?
So thanks, Witsit. He just keeps butting in.
He's right, though.
Modus ponens is if P then, and if modus ponens is if P then Q, P therefore Q.
You finally got that one right.
The ponens is the positive.
It's a lot of P's and Q's there. You think that's what they meant when they said mind your P's and Q's?
That's exactly what they meant by it. Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Modus ponens is like the positive assertion, the logically valid positive assertion, and then tollens is the logically valid negative assertion. Right. So
negative assertion. No, it's just a
denying. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
Denying the antecedent.
Oh, no.
Oh, denying the consequence.
No.
P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, which is how QE presented Black Swan.
Hey, I'm brought up in here. Nice. Thank you. At least I got credit for something.
At least they know where they learned it from, but they're messing it all up.
Nah, they got some stuff right. They definitely train wrecked other things.
Not Q, therefore not P, which is how QE presented Black Swan, not P.
Yeah, I presented Black Swan, which no one still knows the argument. Well, I don't want to say nobody. That's unfair. Where most ballers don't know it after 5 years, and a lot of flat earthers still don't know it.
Yeah, that's how he presented the Black Swan. And then modus ponens, which is like a valid positive assertion, is if P, then Q, P, therefore Q.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Yeah. Agree 100%.
And just to finish that up there, in the logically fallacious form.
Oh my God, he's going to go over it again.
Is where you're assuming the conclusion, or you're taking the conclusion, you're taking the premise to assume the conclusion, or vice versa. You're taking the conclusion
or vice versa.
I mean, I would say once you...
he's a bit confused.
Say once you manipulate the independent...
It's one of those two.
Variable, though.
What? What did Jeremy say?
I would say once you manipulate the independent variable, though.
What the hell, Jeremy? Another category. He's like in -6, -7 territory. It's Jeremy, what the hell happened to you?
He keeps trying to squeeze science in.
Yeah.
Pause.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, for a long time, we pointed fingers at the borders, because the borders just took terms and equations and this, that, and the other thing, and they threw them out there, kind of like trying to throw wet toilet paper at a wall. It's like you're hoping it sticks, kind of stuff. And they did that for a long time, and they got called out for it. But to somebody who doesn't know what they're saying or what they're talking about, it sounds like they know what they're talking about. This court is full of that on both sides. On both sides. Like, people throwing out terms that in places the term has no relevance, or throwing out terms that they don't understand. And this is a big part of the enabling. Like when they say things like spherical trigonometry. It's like when a flat earther refers to spherical trigonometry and planar trigonometry. When they say stuff like that, it's like it's to someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. They sound like, wow, that person really understands things. But when you understand it, you know that they don't understand things.
Exactly.
And by their very statement.
Yep. And
it's tough to deal with. Really tough to deal with.
Well, you're welcome.
Right?
Right?
Shut up, you.
You know what I mean?
It's frustrating because you're kind of going, wow, this my side are just the same as the other side. They're all pretending to be know-it-alls.
You know what I mean?
Right?
Do you know what I mean, right?
Know what I mean?
Say once you manipulate your independent variable, though, like you're good. You're out of you're not doing anything fallacious anymore because now you know. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, we know what you're saying.
Well, I mean,
Can I just clarify?
What's up, Flatsy? What did you have to say?
I didn't say anything. That was Neil. Oh my goodness.
Was it Neil? What you have to say, Neil?
That was me. I was like, yo, dude, like once you do the independent variable, then you're out of that.
And you're out of that. You're like, yo.
Do you know what? Neil has come in a couple of times tonight, and I did for a moment think, what's Flatsy? Is Neil picking up the Alabama accent?
Oh, yo, bro.
Well, maybe Flatsy's picking up the Brooklyn accent. I don't know.
Could be.
Clarify something, please.
Yeah.
Wizard is
Hey, we got somebody new in.
Is QE's black?
Whoa, QE. Whoa. Let's hear more.
Yeah.
Wizard is QE's Black Swan fallacious?
The fact that you're asking that question means you don't know.
That's right. I can't wait to hear.
That was a good one, man. I wasn't ready for that. Give me a moment. Damn, I almost had that BlackBerry 8. It was seconds away. All right, let's hear that again.
Clarify something, please.
Yeah.
Wizard is QE's Black Swan fallacious?
Is a modus tollens fallacious? That's what he's asking.
No.
Yeah, it's not properly formed. It's not.
What? Jeremy, an alleged flat earther, after 5 years, saying it's not properly formed. Let's check it. Where are you? It's hiding in here somewhere.
It's so proper. It's properly my background image on my screensaver of my computer. Yeah.
Go. Was that it? Beginning. That's there she is. Oh, shit. Hey. So it's not properly formed. Hey. Oh, do you remember this? Hey, you guys remember this one? Hey, after I presented the Black Swan back in 2020, I said, hey, out of here. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce you to your Black Plague.
Very nice.
That's very nicely done by me. So, bye-bye, ball. There. Hey, we had both of them in there. Hey, politics server. You see when I presented the original Black Swan? I also presented this right beside it. This is also mine, by the way. Stop using my damn arguments. It says who in here? You better tell them to stop using that shit. All right, so per Jeremy, glue sniffer, this is not a modus tollens. It is malformed. So let's take a look at it. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. That's not part of the modus tollens, baby. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere-tard with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because Black Swan showed that the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles with a 1-foot observer. Therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. This is a valid Modus Tollens argument. All the way home. It's got the major premise, it's got the minor premise, and it's got the conclusion. So, Jeremy.
Yeah.
But, go ahead, Brian, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think Jeremy's on the... You don't say at the end, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959 miles.
I don't need to.
Right, you don't have it... Yeah, exactly. When you understand the situation,
it's
you
right
know
here.
There's no need to have that.
It's right there.
Sorry?
It's right there. It's right here. It's in the major premise. It'd be redundant for me to put it in here. It'd be, number one, it would be redundant for me to say that here. Number two, in reality, they can't have a globetard with any other radius value. They can't have a sphere with any other radius value, right? Follow?
That's the point. That's the point. It's like they don't understand that when you finish with Earth is not a sphere, they don't understand, right? And the people, I think it was Bev and them that started this.
Right.
They weren't understanding, right? That you don't need, right. Know what I mean? You don't need to you don't need to add in at the end of radius 3959 miles because it can only be that size.
Yes.
Right, you've already that's what's being tested. That's not tested, but that's part of it. Right? If it is a sphere of this size, then blah blah blah. So that means it's not a sphere. It can only be that size.
Yeah.
Right. Now they don't understand that.
Right.
They must think that.
You know what I mean?
They must think that the latitude. Yeah, you know what I mean. They must think the latitude and longitude grid can just expand that. You know what I mean? To different sizes.
You know what I mean?
Right, Brian.
Contract.
You change that to you know what I mean, Brian.
Yeah, so
but it shows that they don't understand why you don't need to say
they are flat earthers. That's Jeremy. An alleged flat earther doesn't understand the Black Swan argument after 5 years. Over 5 years now.
It's because they don't understand where the claimed radius of the globe came from.
Nah,
that's
because it's because they're morons. Jeremy.
Yeah, but where we've been saying...
What?
I'm saying why we've been stating since 2021 or 2022, whatever it was, that the globe came from flat Earth measurements is because the measurements of the latitude and longitude grid is what allowed them to mathematically create the globe, right? But that is measured, right, as a flat plane. It's two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional coordinate system.
We got it.
Right? And then they mathematically turn that into a globe. The point is that means that our globe can only have a particular radius. And that's it. You don't need to put in at the end, the Earth is not a globe of radius, blah, blah, blah. In other words, that's like saying, but it could be a globe of radius 3969. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you're not getting this.
No, you can't do that.
It can only...
Well, number one, I already went over this. It's in the major premise. It's right there. There it is, right here. It can only be that, technically. In reality, it can't be anything other than that. You can't have an Earth bigger than their radius value. The radius value is connected to everything. Everything. All their whole heliocentric model that they don't have is all connected. All of astronomy, astrophysics, the whole spiel. It's all connected to this. If the Earth doesn't have a radius... Say again?
At best, you've debunked the radius, QE.
Oh, brother. Let's get back. So, back on track. So, it's not constructed correctly, Jeremy. Let's go back. Where at?
Fallacious.
No.
Yeah, it's not properly formed. It's not properly formed.
Where at?
Well, let's come to let's get this right.
Let's get Andy, hold my brains. You're a moron. So is Jeremy. Let him train wreck himself.
Hey, read it out. I'll show you.
Okay.
One at a time. Use your words.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're saying it doesn't properly adhere to modus tollens, then sure, but...
then sure. It properly adheres to modus tollens.
Was that Whitsitt?
Yeah.
Really, Whitsitt, huh? Okay.
Well, he showed that he didn't know what a modus ponens was earlier, so this shouldn't surprise you. But he still called it.
He said.
But he still called it a modus tollens. So it's a little double speak here. Technically, it is a modus tollens. There, what's it?
I just know he's always said it's modus tollens. I can't remember.
Yeah, you always said because it is a modus tollens. That's why.
Off the top of my head, it's been so many years since I've even made that
No,
argument.
it is that modus whatever thing.
It is the modus whatever thing.
How can Jeremy be saying it's not formed correctly when he doesn't even know the name of it?
It's thingies and stuffsies.
Stuffsies and thingies. You know, the modi tolly. Yeah, that thing. Let's go back. This is really good. This is much better than I was expecting.
Years since I've even made that
No,
argument.
it is that modus whatever thing. However, he switches out the Q. The Globers try.
He switches out the Q, and the Globers what? Let's get back to that. I switch out the Q. Where do I switch out the Q? The Q is right here. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. Where was this switched out? What? That doesn't even make any damn sense. What do you mean switched out? It's the major premise. What the hell is he talking about?
Who knows?
He's talking about what I was saying a minute ago.
That's not. No, he said the Q's. Brian. He just said the Q's were switched out.
That's correct.
So.
Oh, did it? Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's what. No, you want me to play it again? There we go.
No, it's just okay.
Yeah, let's hear him.
It is that modus whatever thing. However, he switches out the Q. The Globers.
I switch out the Q. Like the Globers do. That doesn't make any damn sense, Jeremy. Where do I switch out the Q? Where was it switched out? Huh? I don't know. Let's see if we get some more. Can you be a little bit more specific?
Try to do this all the time. They'll switch out the P or the Q for something else. And he does that when he says, if Earth is...
I do that. I switch out the Q. All right, so I'm sorry I stopped it too early. Go ahead.
The P or the Q for something else. And he does that when he says, if Earth is a sphere of 29 or 39, 59 radius, then da-da-da. But, and the...
No, not da-da-da. The da-da-da is the Q statement that you said I switched out. Not da-da-da. Idiot. What the hell, Jeremy?
59 radius, then da-da-da. But in the end, he takes that 3959 and he just switches it to a globe or a sphere.
Oh, holy shit. That was the dumbest thing I think I ever friggin' heard. See if you can get this.
3959 and he just switches it to a globe or a sphere. He doesn't insert a radius in there after.
I don't need to insert the radius thereafter. So Brian, he got there clumsily. I don't need to say it because it's in the major premise.
Yeah, they don't understand that. They don't understand. Look, if you want to argue with someone, you have to know what they're talking about, what their argument is. They have never actually looked into why you just say sphere. They don't understand why that is. Because you don't need to say 3959 at the end, because you're just stating the radius to use the observation of the horizon behind the oil rigs, right?
Yeah, but
for the 1.225 for the 1 foot, right? So the horizon can be no more than 1.225 miles away from the observer. The horizon is more than that, so you know what I mean.
Yep.
Continue on.
Yeah,
they're not getting that. That is like that means that the Earth isn't a sphere at that point, because that's the only radius they can have.
I don't know.
If you understand their mathematics and where it came from.
He's glue sniffing.
Okay, dude, what a crazy critique. Okay.
Yeah, crazy. It's not crazy. It's insane. Incoherent. It's glue sniffing critique.
Man, well, then it's not the globe.
You can't be switching your P and Q up.
Okay, well,
you can't switch your P and Q. Now I'm switching the P's and Q's up. What? I thought it was just a Q. Now I'm switching the P's and Q's. Where did I switch the P's and Q's? This is pretty. It's. You're an idiot.
Yeah, you didn't. They're goobers.
Yep, he's a goober.
well, let me argue for him. He would say, well, okay, I didn't because the only way it can be a globe and still adhere to the distances on Earth in the time of day, etc.
And the what? What the hell did he just say?
That was not. He is not very good at talking on your behalf. Clearly.
let's hear it again. What the fuck was that?
I know I could.
He would say,
let's see.
well, okay, I didn't because the only way it can be a globe and still adhere to the distances on Earth in the time of day, etc.
Time of day, etc. What? What the hell is that? I don't know. You're a glue sniffer, dude.
Etc. Is for it to be that size.
It's for it to be that size, yeah. Because it's in the major premise. Right there. If the Earth is a spheroid with a radius of 3959 miles, it's right here.
In their defense, they're probably all tuckered out. They did go on for a long time about nonsense.
All right, let's see what else.
No, but it could be a sphere of 4,000 or 400 million or whatever.
No, it can't, you dumbass. It's right here.
Yeah, they're not getting that. They think when you say Earth is not a sphere, then that means you're forgetting that it could be a sphere of a different size radius. No,
Correct.
The radius cannot change. It's that size for a reason.
It's in the major premise.
Yeah, but that tells you where they're at. Come on, this is ABCs. They should know that, QE.
It's right here. Did you hear what he just said? Then they could say it can be any size. No, it can't. You just said it before when you said the P statement. You fucked it up. You said 29. Remember, 29 radius of 2950. Yeah, no.
One of those things.
Yeah, one of those numbers. He even said it. Unbelievable, Jeremy. Aren't you embarrassed?
Math worked out to that day. He didn't. He just said
time of day, etc. Is for it to be that size.
No, but it could be a sphere of 4,000 or 400 million or whatever the math worked.
Oh God.
Out to that day. He didn't. He just said it's not. He said it's not a sphere. He went with not a sphere.
He would say it could not be a sphere of 4 million because of the distances.
I would say it could not be a sphere of 4 million because I put the radius in the major premise. That's what I would say with it because it's right there.
How are you supposed to create the black swan? How are you supposed to create it without mentioning the radius?
Yes, you can't.
If they're expecting that you're supposed to just go, if Earth is a sphere, then, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
You're supposed to then go, but the horizon is this, obviously further than that, so it wouldn't mean anything.
Yeah, it'd be it'd be utterly meaningless. Yeah, that's why I put it in the P statement or in the major premise. All this is the major premise. This is major premise, minor, conclusion. I'm sorry, conclusion. So it's in the major premise. You're a doofus, dude.
That have been measured.
whatever the math worked out to that day. He didn't. He just said it's not. He said it's not a sphere. He went with not a sphere.
He would say it could not be a sphere of 4 million because of the distances that have been measured on Earth,
and that it's in the major premise in the argument,
and because of the day and night cycle.
It's one of those day and night cycles. That's what it says. One of those things, you know.
Where's the day and night cycle in here? Oh my God, man.
He is though just referencing, like he said, the measurements that have been made of our, like he is basically referencing the reason, right? He's not making it clear to people, but that's the reason why you say Earth is not a sphere, and you don't add in the radius at the end. There's a reason why they have radius. When you understand that reason, there's no need to add it in at the end. That radius is debunked. That means the claim of the Earth being a sphere is debunked.
Now, what I would say is because it compromised the day and night cycle.
I'm telling you, you can't just go, dude. This is logic, bro. You can't.
This is logic, bro.
I agree with you, but I think it's super tedious.
It's super non sequitur.
Technically, what he said is true.
Technically, what I said is true. Correct.
This is logic.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying technically it's true because the Earth can't be a globe of a different size.
Yeah, mainly because within the argument it's stated with a radius of 3959. Or the day and night cycle. Whatever.
Because then all of a sudden the distances on Earth don't match. The day and night cycle. I mean,
this is pretty fun, man. This was a lot of fun. Thank you. I've been blessed. What?
No.
Theory, you could come up with all kinds of explanations for those things.
What? Let's go back. Let's hear the rest of it. Sorry, folks, I'm being hypercritical because it's about me.
Globe of a different size. Because then all of a sudden the distances on Earth don't match. The day and night cycle. I mean, in theory, you could come up with all kinds of explanations for those things.
In theory, you can come up with all kind of explanations for what things? What the hell are you talking about? Number one, it wouldn't be a theory. Number two, what in the world are you talking about? That made no damn sense.
Things, I guess. I don't know.
I guess I don't know. Okay, good. Thanks for that.
So anyway, yeah, sure.
So anyway, sure what?
He should have added the radius.
I don't need to add. It's in the major premise. There she is, highlighted for you. That's all I got.
Therefore, the Earth is not a globe.
Second?
He's just saying, which is correct. He's just pointing out the reason why you don't need to add in of radius 3959 miles at the end. You just need to say it's not a sphere. You don't need to, he's just laying out. I know the day and night cycle thing is that would need a bit more explanation. But other than that, he's pointing out why there's no need to add that in at the end. Which is understand that.
Then why wouldn't he just say that?
Which it overcomplicates things. That's why he's right in what he's saying.
Didn't overcomplicate it. He was just being a total goober.
Just say, you morons. You don't have to add it in. It's in the beginning, you freaking idiot.
Yeah. We'll let it go. But thanks a lot for that, guys. Appreciate that.
3959 radius. Would that make you happy?
Yeah.
Why? It's in the major premise. Right there. Still highlighted, by the way.
Yeah, but see, pause a second. The reason why they want QE, right, and they don't realize this is the borders, right? I know it kind of started with Ben and them, but the borders were the ones who, I think, first had this issue.
Oh, they Jedi mind tricked the actual alleged flat earthers.
That's correct.
Well, see, the borders claim is that, okay, but it might be a sphere of a different size. Yo, this kind of nonsense. And
No, that
so if you
didn't
really
come from ballers.
Gut? Who was that, Matt?
No,
That didn't come from ballers. That came from Bev.
That came. He said it.
yeah,
came
I know.
from
Okay, I know. Okay, I know. Bev, right, promoted it, but ballers were saying this is why it started being highlighted. Before that, ballers were saying, yeah, but it could be a sphere of a different size.
Right. They
and
did say
that's
that.
Sensible.
But
Yeah, but see,
they can't, because they already have made the determination of what it's supposed to be, and all the measurements of, you know, to different celestials, blah 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 blah.
Oh yeah, it's over.
Yeah, specific.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to get to, right, just give me a moment to lead me to get there, is that the ballers were the ones that were saying, well, but it could be a radius of 3962, 3948. No, this is what the kind of rubbish they were coming. This is what they're coming out with when they couldn't deal with, when they couldn't support, when they were saying it's refracted, so not geometric. So then you had to try and start coming.
Super duper super chat. Super duper super chat.
There's 2 super chats. One mind, one spirit sent. Encumbered by Egypt's, we pressed onward. Pat Garrett. And then Pablo sent you one. Yeah.
We pressed on. And what was the next one? I interrupted you.
You just got one from Pablo.
Hey, thanks, Pablo. Thanks with the Egypts. That was a good one. I'll check that one out later. Brian, do you want to finish up sometime?
Yeah. I do, and this time I will, right? The point being is that this nonsense started with the borders. So my point is that if you put in that of radius 3959 miles at the end of it, the borders could say, well, you only need one country in this. Like, and this is the rubbish this one to start with. Not because they didn't want, either they didn't understand, which would be mostly true, but even the ones that did understand that it can't be more than 3959 miles. Like they were still having to go with, well, it could be a different size. It's like it can't be. Do you know what I mean? It can't be a different size. It has to match the latitude and longitude grid.
Yep.
That and it's like a flat Earth could be bigger than the expanse of the latitude and longitude grid, but a globe cannot.
Yep.
And that means it has to be 3959 or 3958 and change, round it up to 3959 miles.
Oh boy! All right, fair enough.
I would be so happy.
What Witzel was saying was that theoretically they could probably come out with other explanations, meaning that like the distance to the moon, distance to the sun, they could change everything, but that's completely nonsense.
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's not. It's a nothing burger. It has nothing to do with my argument.
Outside of that, it is logically valid, which is modus.
Yes, it is logically valid modus tollens. Yes, sir.
Modus tollens.
Yep.
I think it's important that we do get this as a room. I have a feeling that the room doesn't fully get it. I'm going to say it one more time. I mean, because it took me.
Oh my God, is he going to do it again? Is he going to go through modus ponens again, this idiot? Is he going to get it right this time? Let's see.
A while not to get these mixed up. Okay.
You've got them mixed up. You mixed them up before.
So if we have.
Yeah, I think you need a while longer.
Modus ponens, right? Which is if
here we go again.
P then Q. P therefore Q.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like a.
That's correct.
Positive.
You fucked it up before.
Claim. If P then Q. So if premise then conclusion. Premise.
No, major premise, minor premise, then conclusion.
Therefore conclusion. Okay. Then you have modus tollens, which is what the black swan is, which is to falsify something. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Right? Like the black.
It's negating the consequent. Latsy.
Sorry.
Right?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
It is the thing.
Come on, Brian.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just saying, in his defense, shut up, you. In his defense, he's probably right. Most of the people in there may fully understand the difference between the two. until it's broken down for them simply. You know what I mean? They may not actually, people do constantly mix things up. Like Jeremy, after all these years, wasn't even able to say modus tollens. He didn't have the name of the form. You know what I mean? Within the platform.
I know. Hey, I know what you mean.
Next one. And then you have the fallacious form, which is if P then Q, Q, therefore P. Meaning just because the conclusion is true doesn't mean that your premise that you insert in there actually is true. And you can remember it with like the mailman thing, right? Like Sasquatch.
Sasquatch, the Bigfoot. Now, it used to be the Bigfoot mailman. Now it's Sasquatch. All right. I guess they're the same thing.
Delivers my mail every Friday. Oh, look, there's mail in my mailbox on Friday. Therefore, Sasquatch exists. That's not true. All right. That conclusion does not necessitate that premise. But as long as your premise necessitates the conclusion, once you establish the premise is true, the conclusion must be true.
Yes, the last statement was correct. The other shit wasn't.
Yeah, there are other aspects of the argument, like the burden of proof, for example.
Other aspects of what argument?
Right? Who's making the claim? And
what does it? Who cares who makes the claim? Doesn't matter.
And who has the burden of proof?
Now that does matter.
And like validity of the argument versus actual truth.
The validity of the argument is established by the premises and the form.
Statements, right? That's where it gets complicated.
Depends on who.
But I agree with you 100% with it.
It depends on the burden of proof by who makes the claim and what type.
Damn, I'm sure glad that you started roboting here and didn't robot in your train wreck review of the modus tollens of the Black Swan. I'm thankful for that.
The claim it is. Like if I say unicorns exist, I need to come up with unicorns.
Dude, you need a new modus tollens, whatever, microphone.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas if I say unicorns don't exist, I don't need to come up with a unicorn. That would be on anyone trying to take the opposing stance.
Yeah, you can't prove non-existence. That's a fallacy. It's called proving non-existence.
Correct, yeah.
And it comes with it's attached by the lips with the second one. It's an ipso facto burden of proof reversal. That's another fallacy. They come in twos.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I said that you can't have gas pressure for the container doesn't exist.
Holy shit.
It's not on me to show you it not I can't show you it not existing.
Why the hell not?
There are certain negative claims you can show, but something.
I bet you we could show your roboting mic can't exist.
You know, there's ones you can't, and then the burden of proof is another person.
Thanks.
Is it just me, or is Jeremy cutting out?
No,
it's just you.
Always roboting. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's just a delayed robot.
Jeremy always robots, therefore he is a robot.
I would expect that logic from you, Gio. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's right in line with how you reason.
Perfect.
It is.
Suppose that
What else we got, folks? Oh, listen, Elbow TV is in here. That's why did you come in here to defend yourself? Did you say something stupid in here?
No, just adding to the joke. But yeah.
Too funny. You're in. If you speak, you're available for evaluation. You understand that, right? All right.
I think I got a bad mic there too.
Do you? So don't take it personal if I jump on you for it. Okay, let's see if he come in. He didn't, because Elbow always comes in here. So let's go.
Forget the one-eyed robot.
What did you say? A one-eyed robot? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was making fun of his. He only has one eye.
Who only has one eye?
Jeremy.
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that. He's only got one eye?
Yeah, I had some accident
He had an accident? Shit, I didn't know that.
Some kind of BB gun or something.
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse his half a brain.
It could be an excuse, man. If you had some trauma, like you lost your eye, I'd have to factor that into a lot of things, man. That would be pretty traumatic, don't you think? Have some damn shut up. Have some damn empathy, Neil. Damn.
Yeah, but they sell glass ones in the hardware store.
What, like that dude, like Captain Jack, that freaking guy?
Yeah, exactly.
His eye would pop out. He had a wooden eye, and it was causing him splinters that one time because it was dry.
You should have never let me know that, Elbow.
Well, that's good to know. I didn't know that. So, okay. What do you want, Brian?
I'm just saying, my father lost his eye out hunting. He got shot by accident.
Really?
And he couldn't be a carpenter. Yeah, he couldn't be a carpenter anymore. He was a carpenter in China.
Wow.
And he had to stop it because he didn't have 3D vision.
Sure.
Because he only had the one eye.
Sure.
Yeah, so he had to stop it because he couldn't do things correctly.
That's terrible. I mean, losing something, like, you don't want to lose anything, but an eye, ugh. That.
Yeah, it is, because then you're stuck. You're worried about the other one all the time.
That reminds me of a story. My friend Joey, he had a wood eye, and he was a really good-looking guy, but he was self-conscious of the wooden eye. So one night we go out. This is back in the discotheque days. So we bring him out, and I noticed that this girl across the room was checking him out. So I tell him, I said, Joey, that girl over there is looking at you. He's like, where? I said, the girl over there. Her ears are kind of big, but I'm telling you, she's checking you out. Go talk to her. So we get him to go over and talk to her. So he goes over. He says, hi, my name is Joey. Would you like to dance? She said, would I? He said, big ears, big ears.
That's bullshit. That's some nonsense, Neil.
Come on, that's a good one.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear the outcome? I with my father. Do you want to hear about bad luck? He ended up getting a brain hemorrhage years later, and they had to operate on him, and they damaged the optic nerve for his good eye. So he ended up being he was blind in the end.
Oh, it's terrible. Thanks for lifting us up, Brian. You know what? You should be a motivational speaker.
Right?
Shut up, you.
You know what I mean?
I just thought it was funny to tell that story.
Thanks.
Even if someone called you a delayed robot, you wouldn't like that.
You're right. We should call him a retarded robot.
Call me delayed.
All right, this is getting nonsensical. We got to get somewhere quick, so
not robot.
Hurry up. Let's go.
Or just retarded.
I got to drop for a while. Be back.
You got to drop? Okay. Right?
That's what I was saying. I told you, dude. We've been waiting.
Hey, right?
Right.
We've been waiting for
you. You know what I mean?
Back in a way.
better not be a long while because it's already 4:33 my time.
Well, I'll try to be back as fast as possible. But if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't.
All right. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah. No worries. See you in a while.
Jeremy, they finally FDA approved the Neuralink allegedly.
Is he getting hooked up then?
Yeah. They approved what?
Neuralink.
Oh, I wouldn't get Neuralink, bro. I would get that, like, if they had an eyeball. See, I wouldn't even do an eyeball though, unless I lost my other eye. I'm not having.
Oh, there you go, Elbow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Messing around in there.
Well, it's not optional. It's either Neuralink or nothing. So,
bro, they did make a cool thing for quadriplegics. It's like a retainer shaped thing, and it goes in the roof of your mouth. You know what I'm saying? And then you can control like the computer with your tongue. I thought that was a good alternative to like full on Neuralink.
Didn't what's his name have that? Friggin' Hawking? Didn't he have something like that?
Nah, I think he did that with his mouth. Didn't he?
Oh, did he do it?
Wasn't like the.
Yes, he did the talking, but it really wasn't him.
All right. I'm just.
I think now they have like some kind of mouse thing for the tongue.
That's pretty cool. That would help out paraplegics, no doubt about it. Okay.
It's not like nearly as invasive.
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna end up being like a little invisible tattoo or something on your wrist.
Shout out to my favorite paraplegic, Bearplegic, from Bearplegic Coffee.
Yeah. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah, he's got my number, so I keep in contact with him.
I know you buy coffee from him.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear. He's a pretty
Some
cool
good
guy.
Coffee too.
Say again?
Some good coffee too.
That's what
Best
Flatsy
coffee.
I always get my coffee bean dough. I grind my own. I don't know if you do the same.
I do too.
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna end up being like a little invisible tattoo or something on your wrist.
An invisible tattoo? Is that like an achromatic rainbow?
Could be.
My word, son. So,
yo, Witsit, I just want to make something.
Yo, bro, Witsit.
Yo, bro.
Yo, dogs.
You know, you kind of go in there and say, yo, you know.
Clear. I disagree with almost everything you say. The fact that I'm agreeing.
Who cares if agree and disagree are subjective horseshit.
Comes from almost exactly.
Yeah, almost exactly. Yeah, like almost pregnant.
With you today is just on the basis of facts.
Facts. He screwed everything up earlier. Didn't you listen?
You spoke facts. I agree with.
He didn't speak facts. He's a moron. We identified it earlier in the show. Make sure and rewind.
And that's it. And that's the beauty of it. I mean,
that is the beauty of it. You're two numpty dipshits. That's the beauty of it.
We can have two people who disagree on almost everything.
Yeah, you can have two people disagree on almost everything and then be both numpty dipshits at the same time.
Yet on truth.
Truth.
I'm going to be truthful. And you spoke truth.
You're going to be truthful. And Witsit spoke truth.
Truth, and I agreed with it. So
you agreed with his truth.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
thank you.
Almost exactly is wrong about almost everything. That's crazy.
He's wrong about this too.
Almost everything.
Dude, this is still on my mind, and not to bring it back, but since Noah's still here, I just want to say this briefly. Dude, I was just thinking like of an analogy of what that was before that you guys were discussing that. Just real quick, we don't have to go entirely back to it. I just want.
Is he gonna pull us back into that other horseshit? Geo love. I'm not. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that, but we're gonna go back to that. Go ahead, Elbow.
And probably a long monologue coming out right after.
Say again.
Probably a long monologue coming out about he.
Oh yeah, he does that. I've noticed that. Yeah.
I want to say this real quick. If you're like
real quick, I doubt it. You're like Brian. Shout out to Brian. We love him.
Like taking steps, like actual physical steps of like trying to do something. You could take one step and be like, okay, falsify the globe, the curvature.
Oh God, he's gonna train wreck himself again. Oh boy.
And you could stop there. You could
falsify the globe and stop. Yeah, that's falsification is independent of replacement. That's that category. We're gonna do this same thing again, folks. Unbelievable. So falsification is independent of replacement right here. Has nothing whatsoever to do with the disjunctive syllogism over here. Nothing. Complete category errors. You're a moron.
Just take that one step and be like, okay, it's not that falsified curvature. Even though no curvature does have the necessary implication of the binary, that would be taking the next step.
No. In a disjunctive syllogism, it's an ipso facto. You ipso moron. How many times I got to go over this? How many times is he going to say this, Elbow? Probably 10. Idiot, Geo.
Like, so you would first have to take the step of like, okay, falsifying the curvature. And if there is a binary, like you can stop there.
If there is a binary, what a clown.
And that's the idea of like, you don't have to replace it. You don't have to take the next step if you don't want to. You can just fall.
Oh my God. Just basic reasoning. This is like 60 level disjunctive syllogisms. This maybe 30 level. So keep talking.
Falsify that and call it a day, which links into what you guys were talking about, the modus tollens, modus ponens. Like some of them
doesn't link in at all.
Are falsifying, some of them are trying to verify, etc. So you can just stop at falsifying one thing.
Oh my God.
If you then want to take the next step,
it's not a next step, it's ipso facto, moron.
You could then be like, and it logically
not and. It's inherently there instantly.
Sees that there is a binary, etc. Then you can choose to take that next step.
he said you can choose a disjunctive syllogism. It's totally moronic. Thanks for adding that to make it clear for my audience that you're a moron. It's over. Well, it was over a long time ago, but thanks for piling on.
And a lot of people want that next step when you're talking about a lot of these things because they want to know, okay, well, if that's not true, then what is true? But for some people...
You catching all that, Flatsy?
They haven't really faced the thing that's not true yet. And so maybe in cognitive dissonance, in some cases, they just want to jump to being like, well, I don't want to face that thing's not true. So I'm not really going to stop. I want to jump to, the necessary implication, which like when it comes to the earth, it brings in all these other complex factors, which are good to address. And people want those.
You are a clown, dude. It's incoherent, directionless drivel.
Addressed generally, but they don't necessarily, you don't have to just to falsify something. I still agree with that.
Oh boy.
And I didn't really hear Witz Double speak in that way. I hear
argument from ignorance fallacy.
What you're saying, what you were saying with that, Noah, though. Like I understand the idea that there's it's like a both and situation, but
no, it's not. It's a disjunctive syllogism, you idiot.
I was just thinking about it as like reminiscing or just
reminiscing. Do you reminisce with strangers?
I knew that was coming.
Did you know it was coming when he said reminiscing?
Yeah, because I was thinking about it. Anyways.
In the idea of taking steps, like you can take one.
That's old timey, boy. That's what I used to ask ballers back in the day, 2016. Do you reminisce with strangers? They didn't like it that much.
Step and falsify something. You don't have to take that next step. But if you do...
Disjunctive syllogism, it's not a next step. You're an idiot.
Take it. Then you could say, oh, and there's this...
No, not and, dumbass.
Everything. Therefore, it must be...
No, you're an idiot.
And you can take the next step if you choose. So.
Shut the hell up.
Oh. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying that. Thanks for that, by the way. It just confirms even further to my audience that you're a moron.
Still, man, Noah's saying that when you take that step.
Disagreed with, like he actually agreed with that like statement that Noah said. So
Noah did. I will give Noah credit. He ended up curating his argument a bit, where like the last part of it was the better version, which is.
You ended up straw manning your own argument. I don't think I've ever heard anyone do that before. If you ever hear somebody,
it's pretty funny.
How can you? How is that even possible? If you ever hear anyone do that again, make sure you get the timestamp and let me see it. You understand what he did. I explained it to you back. I explained it back there. Go back and listen to that where he strawmanned his own argument. It's actually quite creepy.
Just he's saying to stillman it. Once you
shove your steel man up your ass,
you take that step, you're simultaneously taking the second step. Like you can't take the first step without taking the second one because
it's inherent. It's inherent. Disjunctive syllogism.
They're the same step.
Yeah.
That's what he was trying to say at the end.
Yeah, he's correct.
Yep.
But it's just like
which you agree with.
in terms of logic, you're gonna actually make a
In turn, that's the only logic. Your falsification is independent of replacement is not a logical statement. It's true, but it has nothing to do with logic. This over here, the one you're complaining about, that is logic. Disjunctive syllogism. What the hell are you talking about, dude?
It's actually a progression, right?
It's not a progression. You just said it wasn't. It's instantly. It has some simultaneity, but it's instant simultaneity.
If you're going to falsify the curve, you're going to falsify the curve. Or you could establish the flatness. It would be the same as falsifying the curve.
Wow.
But you have to pick one or the other in actual logic. You're going to do one.
You just pick your nose.
And then, that's where you get the then from, right? So
then there's Jesus.
According to logic and according to you, would say, right?
He doesn't know what logic is, obviously.
Yeah, there's like progression of thought. So
it's not a progression of thought, you moron.
Yeah, progression.
Yeah, progression.
I mean, for me personally, I'd have to agree with the falsification method. You know what I mean? Because if it's just
modus ponens is just as valid as the modus tollens and the hold my brains.
If it's optics, then there's going to be issues with it, right?
If there's optics, there's going to be issues with it. With what? Logic? What, you can't see logic clearly? Idiot.
Yeah, for me, I didn't see a disagreement at all.
No, it was a category error by both of them. Oh, here he comes again. We might get back dead end. If we do, I'm stopping it.
It was linguistic. Because
it wasn't linguistic. It was a category error.
The actual issue and the reason he was accused of doublespeak is a linguistic misunderstanding.
No, it is a category error. It's not linguistic categories. You had category. Falsification is independent of replacement. If you picked falsification or replacement as if we were playing a drinking game after today's show, you're going to get alcohol poisoning. So it's a category error. One is a falsification independent of replacement, over here, drink up. And the other is a disjunctive syllogism. Two different separate categories. Never shall they meet.
Because if I say the logical implication is this.
No. So is that Alicia savvy? So I'm going to have to take, you had like +5. I have to take you down to +4.
But then I say I don't need to utter it. Well, it's not necessary. I haven't double spoken. The logical implication exists irrespective of me stating it out.
Correct. Now that's correct. You got it back. So you're +5. Correct. Do you get that? What's it? Probably not.
Out loud. Me stating that it's logically implied is me just highlighting that water is wet, but I don't need to state it out loud for it to be true.
Correct, because it's inherent. It's bam. It's right with the first. As soon as you falsify, boom. But even faster than that. Light speed. Faster than light speed.
Yeah, that's or even acknowledge.
That's what Witz.
You just said yeah. Then this is very, very muddled composition of clusterfuckery.
It was talking about.
Yeah.
So there is. It's not.
Yeah, please go past this.
Say is like that. I'm gonna defend that saying.
Oh my God.
Until I die. Okay.
Well, yeah, you could defend the saying it's a category error. Yours is fine over here if you just stay over here. But you bumbled and fumbled and stumbled across the screen over into a disjunctive syllogism and conflated the two. You're an idiot.
Because it came to me one day, and I thought, okay, well, it rhymes, so I made it to where it rhymes.
What? It rhymes. Falsification is independent of replacement. Do you think that rhymes? Glue sniffer. Did everyone hear? Did I hear that right?
You did. Okay.
You're confirming I heard that shit right?
I am.
Let's do it again.
Because it came to me one day, and I thought, okay, well, it rhymes. So
Oh my God. So falsification, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Falsification is independent of replacement. According to Witsit, rhymes. Is everyone thinking? Are they saying it over them to themselves in their head like 3 or 4 times? Then they go, whoa.
A little bit.
Well, wait a second. No. All right. Well, show of hands. Who thinks that rhymes? I should have did it quicker. Let's see. What's that? I'm sorry.
He thinks he's M.
All right. Show of hands. Who thinks falsification is independent of replacement rhymes? Okay, I want a 1 who think that it rhymes and a 2 who think that it doesn't in chat. 1, you agree with Witsit, it rhymes. 2, he's a glue sniffing moron. Come on, let's have some participation. Is my screen froze? Kim is the first one in there too. Like everyone's putting 2. What's it? I can't. You're a retard, like at a fundamental level. I mean, like bare bone for Micah, deep fundamental level. If you think falsification is independent rhymes, unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, like I always said, you just let them speak. Yeah, they'll train wreck themselves. My God. All right. So, Mr. he must be a rapper. Oh, boy. Okay, not that. Do we want that one? No, let's get rid of that one. All right, here we go.
I made it to where it rhymes. So
he said it twice. Did he say? I'm going back. Flatsy, I got to go back.
Wow. And I thought, okay, well, it rhymes. So I made it to where it rhymes.
He made it to where it rhymes, ladies and gentlemen.
Told you, he thinks he's Eminem.
Wow, dude. Wow.
It's easy to remember and it's short.
It's easy to remember and it's concise. It doesn't rhyme, dumbass.
And arguably is maybe the
because it rhymes. Because it.
I'm
rhymes?
just
Is that what?
Because it rhymes. Yeah, it rhymes almost exactly. Don't you get it?
Literally, I created the saying, and when it popped in my head, I'm like, oh, it rhymes.
He won't let it go. Okay, it rhymes.
People, this is honestly what I thought. So people will be more likely to remember it.
Why? Because it rhymes?
So I'm like, okay, I'm going to start saying this. And it's saved me so much time because
You're more likely
now
money yourself to remember it.
So everyone in this room does falsificate, not the room, not my room, their room in here. No one objected. No one. The guy even repeated it, so it rhymes, huh? Well, he's gone. Jedi mind tricked him, thinking that it rhymes. My God.
And just people, I'm always asked to replace everything, and yeah, in a way, sometimes I would get trapped into doing it because oftentimes, I will have a replacement.
Oftentimes, all the time. That's your whole modus operandi as an alternative. Remember you said you were an alternative cosmologist? So you're going against philosophy. Your mantra, your philosophy is that falsification is independent of replacement. That's all you do is replace it. Replace shit. The shining example is gravity with your incoherent dielectric acceleration horse shit. You've been doing it for years. And then your ethers. That's all you do. Going against your mantra. Glue sniffer. My God.
So that's why I've actually become way more disciplined than to just take the bait of replacing. So same thing goes with the
take the bait. There is no bait. You just replace shit.
Follow up of falsifying the curve. At this point, I'm like, it's like muscle memory to not replace it.
What do you
Because it's
mean? You just said that's what you do. You're contradicting yourself, dude. Am I the only one hearing this? Is it me? No. Is it me?
No, it's just a bunch of goober talk.
It's goober, but it's contradicting goober. He's contradicting himself with every other breath. Shocking surprise.
even when I
This is just casual conversation. And he's doing it.
have replacement, what
Yeah,
happens
it's
in
kind
these
of
club
like
debates?
when you. It's kind of like when you have a compulsive liar. They'll lie about things that don't even matter in everyday conversation. So you know it's got to be bad when you just want to lie about something just to lie. So it's kind of like that.
I don't. Well, go ahead. Somebody wanted in there?
I don't think anybody said anything.
Was it just me backfeeding?
I don't know.
Maybe. There's not a lot of lies. Now, we've proven that he's a liar, but I haven't heard any lies here. All I've heard was contradictions.
No, I just use that as an example.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Falsifying the curve. At this point, I'm like, it's like muscle memory to not replace it. Because
bullshit. Bullshit.
It's like, even when I have replacement, what happens in these globe debates is they always want to.
You've never been in a debate. Not in this genre. Not flat Earth versus globe. You may have been in other debates with subjective topics, but not in this one. That's a category error. It's non sequitur.
Throw out the bait of, haha, bet you can't replace it. And they present it as like this mockery in front of the audience so that they can trap you into taking the bait and then helping get them away from the concession. So it's actually important that we're just
debate. What's it?
It's actually just for the audience to hear both sides, specifically like a logically presented version of our side.
Yeah, but you understand that our side is also divided. So, like, do you have your...
Sorry, I was yawning. What do you say? What's up with that? It closes the ear. When you yawn, right at the apex of the yawn, can't hear shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't. I understand. You're going to have to play it over. Sorry.
All right.
And that our side is also divided. So, like, do you...
Our side is also divided. Your globetard side. Yeah, that's the least of your problems.
Have your own kind of philosophy.
Yeah, but this is exactly why it's divided.
Sure. Well, my ultimate, you're asking my ultimate objective? Like my ultimate objective with the whole discussion, it's actually to show people that this place is super special and thus created.
That's noble, but I thought you were out here for flat Earth. Is that what you meant by special? Who knows?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I can agree with that.
Boy, you're agreeing all kinds of with him tonight, almost exactly. Almost pregnant.
Yeah.
Mission statement.
That is the reason. That is literally the reason why I do this.
So the reason why he double speaks and lies is he wants to show that this place is special, and it was created.
Second law of thermodynamics one with the creation and shit. Like
what? Say that again, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Mission statement.
That is the reason. That is literally the reason why I
do the second law of thermodynamics one with the creation and shit. Like that's dope. That's a dope ass argument, right?
That dope ass argument is mine. Yeah, he stole it a number of years ago. Right? When he was I don't know if you guys remember it. I don't know.
Right?
Right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Witsit went and stole my argument over on right here. Damn, we got it up. Over here. Now, he didn't. He took this. There's a bunch of arguments in here, right? But he took the laws of thermodynamic argument. He left the the DNA. He doesn't believe in atoms, so he left the DNA. Quantum mechanics, he obviously left that one based. Both those two are based on information, by the way. But he stole this. Right? He took this argument and he was, quote unquote, debating, which it wasn't a debate, some idiot on behalf of, what's that debating, the debating platform that they're always on? That's not a debate.
Modern day debate.
Modern day debate. Yeah, but it was in a different location.
Yeah, they were in person. They did in-person debates.
Yeah. So Jeremy, that's not it. That dope argument is from me. By the way, just to let you, not that it's important, but I put this together, this argument, like in 2007. This part of the argument. The laws of thermodynamics, functional sequence, specify complexity. That came a little bit later. But this was one of the first ones that I came. Now, all I did was put it together. Right? So this is mine. Not that. Now, I put it out here so people can use it. But to say that your argument's dope, no, my argument, QE's argument's dope.
Yo, bro. His arguments over here being just like dope, bro.
yo, that's, yeah. Now, I don't have like I said, I wrote these up, the proofs of the creator, for everyone to have, right? So I don't mind if he takes it. But if he continues to use it and play it off that it's his, there's just something inherently wrong with that. Just give me a shot to say, hey, it's on QE. It's over on his website. I mean, oh my God.
Superchat.
Super website.
I think Aldi opens at 6.
Oh, okay. In the morning. Okay. Misfit FB850 sent. Here is a super duper special super chat.
Debbie wanted Booger to say it. Ah, shut up. Thanks, man. It is a special super chat. Let me get rid of this. I don't think we're going back to the Black Swan anytime soon. Ah, you never know. Let's keep it there. Hey, I didn't want that. All right, go ahead. What about my dope argument?
Right there.
Oh yeah, yeah, that one's lethal, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
See how fast I can do it. So
how fast you can do it? What is this? A speed test?
okay, so as like an atheist, you're typically like a naturalist, meaning that nothing kind of exists outside the natural world, and and everything that exists comes from nature or derives from nature. So then basically what would rule that philosophy is natural law. And so the two of maybe the most renowned natural laws is the first and second law of thermodynamics. And so the first one, and so a naturalist or an atheist has to adhere to these, right? So the first natural law, or the first law of thermodynamics, is that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Okay, so then if we're going to ask the question, which is like, how did the universe get here? Which can effectively be asked, how did all the matter and energy that exists in the universe get here? If we look at the first law, it couldn't have been created. So as a naturalist, really I only have, well, as anyone, I have two answers. It's option one is it was created and put here. Option two is it was always here. So as a naturalist, I have to just say it was always here to not violate the first law of thermodynamics. So then if I go to the second law of thermodynamics, it says that entropy will increase, systems seek equilibrium, and in the process of seeking that equilibrium, they use energy. So the amount of total usable energy in the universe is always decreasing. In order for it to decrease, it has to have a starting point to decrease from. It cannot just infinitely decrease.
This fucking guy taking it right off my website. Almost word for word. Unbelievable.
So that denotes a beginning. So now if we go back to the first question, we cannot claim it was always here because we've now proven we need a beginning, which means our only other option to answer how did all the matter and energy get here is that it was created, right? And then, of course, then the follow-up is just, well, what's the antecedent to creation? which is a creator. And so what a naturalist, if they're being intellectually honest,
Wait,
has to concede is like
the antecedent
of creation, a
creator. Yeah.
What?
Well, I mean, you have to invoke special.
Why is the antecedent of the consequent creation a creator? Are you drunk? That was stupid.
Needing to invoke.
No,
Yeah, well,
no, but your premises don't address.
Wait. Let me just finish it. So like, what we've established is we need something that's supernatural, because if natural law says
No, Owasco, Jeremy isn't requesting Witsit recites his greatest hits. It's my QE's greatest hits that he's reciting. Done. Right here. Just FYI.
that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but we've now had to invoke that the matter and energy was created. We have to invoke something not limited to the laws of nature, which by definition is supernatural, which the etymology, of course, means beyond nature or attributed to a force beyond the laws of nature. So we need something external to the universe. We need something that existed prior to the universe. We need something supernatural. So we have something effectively eternal, external, supernatural, creating all matter and energy in the universe. So that's an eternal, external, supernatural creator. So that you might as well just say God at that point.
Like, what kind of evidence do you point to in our world to prove that very statement of yours?
He just told you.
Like
a painting.
Evidence?
A painting.
What?
A painting?
Yeah.
No, but it's already done in the definitions of the natural law.
Yeah, it's already done right here.
You're asking what do I point to show that the necessary antecedent of creation is a creator?
Yeah, you said painting. So
yeah, painting.
If you can explain like the logic behind it.
You can't have a painting without a painter.
Jesus, man. Really? Almost exactly. My God, are you a dumbass or what? Goodness.
Sure. And you do have a painter. So what's the problem?
Okay, so you can't have creation without a creator. The very word creation denotes a creator. So it's an act of creating.
Yeah. So what's analogous of the painter to creation?
Oh my God!
It's all of existence. It's all of existence. So it's creation itself. The painting is creation.
Sense? I would say DNA, for example.
DNA is a good example. It just requires much more argument. Yeah.
It is a good example. In fact, it's listed. That's funny that he would say DNA. What are these guys doing?
Is it funny?
It is sort of funny in a creepy way because my first proof is DNA. The information proofs. The information proofs are DNA and quantum mechanics. That's really strange that he would say that. Huh. All right. What else?
I just gave a really simple.
No argument.
Kind of does. You need to break down the ordered sequential nature of the information.
No, you don't. That's functional sequence specify complexity. That's my fourth argument. No, you don't. You just made that up. Incoherent.
It's
to make the DNA.
How can you have information without like an author of the
you almost got there. Yeah, the easiest proof, right, thumb in the eye to atheists. Where'd it go? The quickest one is right here. That is the one that I thought he was going to mention. This is getting really creepy. So the easiest argument to destroy atheists is the existence of information. Even though quantum mechanics, that's why I put it right between quantum mechanics and DNA. Because both DNA and my quantum mechanics proof is based on information. Yeah? So, but you don't have to go into those. You could just do this. Question to an atheist. If you're an atheist, philosophical, naturalist, realist, that means you're an atheist right here. whose quintessential cornerstone belief is that matter and energy is all that there is, all that exists, how do they account for the existence of information? Por favor. When information is neither matter nor energy. Kaboom. That's the easiest argument right there. You don't have to get into all the particulars. I do. I like the DNA and quantum mechanics. But a summary of both of those arguments is right here for you. It's right in between. It's right there. Maybe I should have separated it a little bit more. But it's right in between DNA and quantum mechanics. Just FYI. Oops.
That is another good argument.
The more concise argument.
That's another good argument that I make for creationism. But
yeah, because you stole it. That you stole it from here. Just a little shout out and say, yeah, I got it from QE. Then I wouldn't say anything. I'd say, well, thank you, appreciate that. Move on, carry on. Just don't fuck my arguments up. That's all I would say.
I don't go into the information world when I.
You should. It's easiest. It's the easiest one.
Can just debunk them with their own natural law, right?
Yeah, you can do it that way. Take your pick. I think information is much easier. But I do like obviously, I like the laws of thermodynamics, or I wouldn't have put it on the website.
Because and the reason that you're debunking them is, what's the first law again? Matter and energy cannot be
created or destroyed.
Okay, so the first law invokes creation itself, not me. Their own first law. So they've done half the work for me.
Creation itself. We can get into that, but I don't want to.
Well, that's right. It's the laws that govern nature. So that means that we have to step outside of creation itself.
Well,
to actually answer. Well, no. But we have to answer the question, right? Like, no, we can't literally step outside of it. But if the laws that govern the natural world say that matter and energy cannot be created, but then we look at the second law and see, oh, wait, there was a beginning. So then, okay, we can't just claim that all the matter and energy was always here, because it can't decrease from infinitely. So there was a beginning. So it couldn't always be here and having a beginning. Right. Those are contradictory intrinsically. Okay. So now we know that it wasn't always here. So if I say, okay, if matter.
It's not as simple as that, though.
Yeah, it is simple as that.
There are so many other.
No, there's not. There's nothing else.
Into account.
No, there isn't.
You'd have to be specific, man.
Well, the infinite aspect of.
You just killed the infinite you
how
idiot.
Do you defeat the idea that it was always.
The second law of thermodynamics. He just defeated it. You're not paying attention. You're drunk or something. You're stupid.
Is there.
By looking at the second law.
Second law?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
No, the first law says that as well.
They immediately go to, it was always here. That's their immediate go-to,
I know,
too.
I know.
That's the important one.
I disagree with it 100%, and I have my own line of logic. I'm just.
So you disagree with you disagree with them going there, or you disagree with the second law of thermodynamics? Dumbass.
Trying to learn.
Well, let me explain the second law a little bit more so you understand it, right? So, even within their world, like Stephen Hawking is probably the best person that I quote here. It's not to appeal to his authority. He just states it well. And then when they hear Stephen Hawking, they know he's one of the most renowned atheists, so they don't just automatically reject it because it comes from me. And just mind you, I actually present this argument to people because I genuinely want to wake them up to creationism, not to just win a debate. So it's not like a gotcha for me. I actually want to wake them up.
Let's go past all that. Just make the argument.
Okay, so, I'm just explaining why I invoke Stephen Hawking. You can do it or not do it, but I do it because Stephen Hawking also invokes Arthur Eddington in his quote. So I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically says, for a really long time, there was an argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning or if it eternally.
His son bitch is stealing everything right off my website. Even Arthur Eddington. He's just taking it. This is really creepy.
Existed. We now know it had to have a beginning because the second law of thermodynamics necessitates it. And to quote Arthur Eddington, this is Hawking quoting him, and he paraphrases Eddington. It's if you're if your theory disagrees with certain laws, you're okay, because oftentimes we find out that our observations change as we progress. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, you are in big trouble. That's not, it's destined to oblivion.
Exactly.
So
that is a quote 100%. And I agree with it 100%. I have no problem with that.
And that's just to solidify the point that you can't claim that all the matter and energy in the universe was always here, because that disagrees with the second law.
Well, how? How so?
He just explained it to you.
I say the second law in
My
really
God.
simple terms, okay? Because people try to act like it's this really mystifying thing. I totally disagree. Systems seek equilibrium, just like a soda. When you open it, I could tell Leah this, right? Like you open the soda and it goes, psh, right? And that's because
That's an example of the second law of thermodynamics. It's an attribute of it. That's not the second law of thermodynamics. Don't fuck my arguments up, dude.
high pressure in the can, there's lower pressure outside of it, so it's trying to equalize. All systems are seeking equilibrium, but in
order
to actually go through that process of seeking equilibrium, like seeking out the equilibrium, it uses energy to do that.
No. You're fucking it up now. Well, that's not my argument. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. That's not what it means.
And so, because all systems are seeking equilibrium in the universe, or you could say the universe collectively is seeking equilibrium, entropy is increasing. It's
entropy. That's the key.
Using energy to do.
Yeah, usable energy. Of course, everything's using energy. That's irrelevant. You're screwing the pooch on this one.
That. So, because there's the amount of usable energy is decreasing.
Usable energy is decreasing as a result of increase in entropy. They're connected.
Decreasing, then it's decreasing from a beginning point.
That's just.
Yeah,
that's explaining the premise. What I was alluding to is the very argument itself, like the premise.
The QE's very argument.
Like the idea that the universe must have begun because of such and whatever it is, like the argument
The second law of thermodynamics, the one that he's explained, well, clumsily explained, the one that he's told you about 5 times.
Trying to make, which might be philosophical.
It's not philosophical. It's second law of thermodynamics, glue sniffer.
It could be scientific.
It's not scientific either. Second law of thermodynamics is a natural law, no science.
It depends.
It doesn't depend.
And you kind of made the argument very vague.
My argument, and it's not vague at all. It's hyper specific. I'll go over it. You have to set the stage first. That you have to set the stage of the ontological primitives first. That is nature and God. Once you set that, then you have the, ironically, disjunctive syllogism. You set that stage, and then you come down here to the laws of thermodynamics. That's why I put it up there. Right? So first law, the total amount of matter or energy in the universe is constant. That is a natural law. Nature, what it's actually saying, nature or natural law cannot create or destroy matter or energy. They can only change form. Yes? Nature. This is limited to nature's ability. Same with the second law of thermodynamics. It's a natural law. The amount of energy available for work is running out. The universe is moving inexorably to maximum entropy, or heat death, or what I call the big chill. Mine, right there. And the summary is, if the total amount of matter energy is constant and the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then the universe will end. The heat death, the big chill of the universe. Therefore, it had a beginning, creation, and not the Big Bang pseudoscience train wreck. So, since the first law states that nature and natural law cannot create or destroy matter or energy, and since the universe had a beginning, see the second law right up here. And since there are only 2 choices, because I established those, he didn't. I established those in the beginning. The 2 choices are nature versus intelligent design. disjunctive syllogism for how that beginning, and since matter, that is nature, can't pre-exist before its existence, then poof itself into existence, and before that poof itself from nothing into pre-existence, therefore a creator. Argument is sound. It's not vague, it's highly specific. Go ahead. What's happening out there? Was that Neil?
It sure is.
Here, boy. Here, boy. Come here, boy. All right, you know what? People are starting to get... You know what? We're going to end it right here. We lost most of our group in here, by the way. I think I wore them out. And it's 5:30. It's getting close to dinner time.
Yeah, I've already had to start making Booger's dinner because he just wants boiled eggs and probably a toasted cheese.
I'll tell you what. Let me roll this back. I'll probably roll this back and we'll start over. I should have stopped at the beginning of this. I didn't know where they were going, though. I'll go ahead and figure that out after we're done. Hey, Flatsy.
Yes.
Will depression set in?
Thank you, folks.
Go ahead. Will depression set in if I say, take us home?
I was just about to do it. I was kind of figuring you're going to ask me. So, yeah. Thanks, guys, for coming out. It was, tough in some areas, but we made it through and we're stronger for it. You have a nice day, guys. Peace out.
Darn, that was too quick. I'm not ready. I'm usually used to Adam. He'd go on for a while. That gives me a chance to get my act together over here, but you went too fast.
I know. I take the short ride home.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Remember, no Ballbuster Saturday. I'm headed to the in-laws this weekend. So we'll see you on QE Live next Tuesday. QE out.
Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Burst a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules.
Earth is like
Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they say you know me, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the
Earth is like
Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they say you know me, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies.
Earth is like
Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they say you know me, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.